Is this thing on? All right. Hello and welcome to another Hedgehog Make stream. My name is Austin, aka Zombie Hedgehog, and today we are printing on the Voron Trident. I've nicknamed it Outrun 250 because that is the rough Keller scheme, and it's a 250 Trident. There we go. So today we're gonna just be working on it a little bit. I'll probably try to add the back panel. I got some of these panel clips. We'll see how those work, and then go ahead and try to install that back panel, and then we'll play around with it. Of course, it's not done, but it's done enough to where we are printing. I printed this on there, so let's see how everyone is doing. We have Ram Online, Lerman, Major Gamer Geek, myself, World Weary Wicker. Interesting name. I'm gonna call you World. Welcome in, Jim, WFO Rider, Thunder Keys. Thank you guys. Yes, I think this is a really. You heard me talking, didn't you? Ginger's like, oh, time to. Gonna pop up. Ugh. Alright, here's cat. You guys want the cat right away, right? Here. Why would you want a printer when you can have a cat, right? Out of focus? Yeah, out of focus, cat. The big focus today is, of course, on the Trident. Go on, angle this down a little bit. There we go. So, I'm very happy with this. I'm very happy with this. I printed a cat. No, I did not. Hey, DC. Welcome in. Once again, we are streaming over on both Twitch and YouTube, so if you are hearing a comment or something, it's probably from the other platform. Zoom it just a tiny bit. There we go. Close enough. Unfortunately, I don't have the best of camera angles yet, but yeah. So that's a bit more than off-camera wiring. Yeah, we got the printer wired and clipper installed. Yeah, we're just using StreamYard for this because I'm able to just make my YouTube video, but I've still gotten a lot of feedback that you guys want me to stream on Twitch, so we'll see. We'll see. The next build series will probably be straight on YouTube, which will be coming up soon. I don't know. It's hard because, again, whoops. I want to make content. I'm a content creator, whatever you want to call me. And the best way of presenting the content is on YouTube for people to see. Twitch, as far as I'm concerned, once you stream, it's done. You can take that VOD and upload it, but still, I'd have to stream in a different way to be able to put it on YouTube. At least that's how I feel. We can play around with some ideas, but for now, this is the easiest for me. Plus, it allows for StreamYard, so StreamYard is a really awesome platform for streaming. It just works. So what I'm printing right now, and I can zoom in on this a little bit, is, let's see, this is the VFA test built into Orca Slicer. So what it's going to do is, it's a base mode print. It goes around, and every so often it increases the speed. So this is from 40 millimeters a second all the way up to, I think, 200. You have the same clips in your Trident. Awesome. Yeah, and I can show that off too. So I did print this on here. Remember, this is without any tuning. I don't even think I have the belts tensioned. Nothing's in focus. But no input shaper, no major tuning, and this is Polyterra. and I was able to print this. It's a multi-piece print. I had some, you know, no flow tuning, like nothing. I didn't even calibrate the E-steps. I'm just sanding it. So this is the top surface. This is, of course, Polyterra, one of the dual silks, and dual Polyterras. It's like a purple gray, dirty purple. But I like the color. And this is that new model. So this is the updated version 3. It's one of the different versions of the container. It actually locks now, kind of. Like, it stays in place once it's closed. It has a little bit of a latch. This one doesn't seem to work well, but it's a neat concept. I really like it. And it stacks. It's fun. Just a lot of filament for what it is. Where for the little one? What do you mean by that? What do you mean? He's gonna focus automatically now because I clicked one button. Like the snowman, just like slightly out of frame. There we go. Beautiful. So, first impressions, because I know that's what you guys are here for. Zero VFAs. Zero. Like zero. If anything, inconsistent flow. I have not printed this head-to-head against the 2.4. I haven't really dialed in the extruder. But this is using the Bondtech gears. From my experience, the 2.4 with the Triangle Labs RNC coated gears have been outstanding. This one, I have a feeling that the clockwork isn't printed as well. Just off the gate, the extrusion is a little more inconsistent than I would like. It's still very, very good though. It's still very good. We're printing at about 6 millimeters cubed per flow, and I could probably do the same test on the 2.4 and it might look better, but that's just a guesstimate. In all reality, it's pretty much perfect. And this will not be used for PLA a lot, so the only reason why I'm printing PLA is because, well, no panels. I can't really print, at least easily print ABS on this at the moment. I don't feel like printing open air ABS. It is a pain. And usually it's use a brim. Nah, I try to avoid it when possible. Are those dual belts? So this is a Core XY printer, and this is using the Voron belt path, where all 4 belts are in the front. There is the, I don't know what specifically it's called, but it is the Rat Rig / EVA 3 belt pathing, where 2 belts are in the front and 2 belts are in the back. Welcome in, Stephen Poole, Ballistic Tech. How did you plan out your color scheme? So, I've been posting this around, and I have some people that are very pro this color scheme, and then people that are like, why did you choose those colors? Especially the orange. People wanted a more bright orange, and while I would normally agree, I really like this orange. It's different. It's different. So this is kind of an Outrun color scheme. If you Google Outrun, Miami Vice, Synthwave, that type of color scheme, that's typically these colors. So these are all of Polymaker's new colors: the Galaxy Orange, Galaxy Blue, and Pop Pink ASA. And I'll be very soon reprinting this cover plate, probably with some orange in it, on the bamboo. So I get that on Friday of this week, and one of my first test prints will be printing in multicolor ABS. Once I get it tuned up, I'm not gonna immediately print a multicolor model like that, but I'll definitely be printing it very soon and probably replacing it. I actually cracked that taking it off because I was impatient and whatever, but it works. and I can easily swap out to the different plate. Certainly interesting. You're a bit wary of it initially, but it's really nice. Good. I'm glad. And you don't have to like it. That's the best part about colors, is that you use colors that you like yourself. Not everyone is gonna like the same colors. So the fact that, you know, I went a little bit extra on this, especially without any black. There's very, very, very little black in this printer. Only the cables and the cable chain. If I went for, okay, the panels are gonna be black too, but if I went for like a colored panel or different color cable chain, like a printed one, I'd have no black in here. Okay, very, very, very little black. But I think the black is gonna be very nice. It will be lit up. If I said that this includes RGB lights before, I misspoke. It just has a plain strip of on-off. Maybe color light adjustable, or sorry, brightness. Yeah. My light's at 10%, so you can adjust the brightness of the lights, but the ones that go on the top are just an LED strip, a white LED strip. Welcome in, Rolohan. Of course, we have Rolohan's printer behind this. Actually, two of them. Rook 2020, and then the Sepulchre number 4. Good old Rolohan printers. And yeah, Mitch, so I just built it. I have a lot of other projects that I want to do, and it's easier to be able to talk about it, because realistically, I don't like doing a lot of building on stream. I don't. I'd rather just build it, run through issues off stream. I had a couple of misprinted parts I had to reprint. Like, that would just kind of detract from the experience, in my opinion. Unless I was doing a specific build guide, like, step 1, you do this, step 2, you do this. Well, then that's different. And because this is a Voron, many people have built these. Just go watch one of Steve's builds of it. You'll get more commentary and a better experience. So we're going to be talking about the build itself, kind of like what a lot of YouTubers do. But of course, I want to show a little bit of what I'm doing as I'm doing it. So as this is printing, we'll probably start or finish up with the little clips. So these are the, I don't know what the stock ones are like, but these ones clip on. So it goes in like this, and it goes like this, and it clips in. So the panel will go where my finger is, and it like physically clips in. The best part is you can undo it, so you can just take off your panels if needed, which is quite nice. Maker Viking, hello, if I didn't say hi. Urban Monkey, welcome in. Your Rook 2020 should be printing tomorrow. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, I'm just getting started right now. It's Wednesday, so we had a Polymaker meeting on the Discord. I think it's still going on. A lot to talk about this week. Lots of fun new products. So yeah, so far, I mean, even at the faster speeds, we're only printing at 100 millimeters a second right now. But again, quality, very good. There is a major drawback of this kit that I did not realize. It just finished. Okay, that's why it prints here now. And it's not really a drawback, but it's just something to keep in mind. It's okay. There are pros and cons of this kit that I didn't realize getting into it. Mostly pros. So this is the LDO kit, pretty much stock. I will be I have these reprinted. I had them printed already. The Rama's Idlers, I'll be reprinting them or reinstalling them, mainly because these printed parts are just not good. They didn't turn out good. So as I replace them, I have all the parts. I'm just gonna install the better Idlers. They look better, in my opinion. I have them on my 2.4. Why here instead of Twitch? Well, they all show up in the same feed for me, so it does not matter at all where you are today. So feel free to join in on YouTube or Twitch, wherever you want. Do note that I should have replays enabled. I think I do. I'm actually not sure if I have replays enabled on YouTube. Well, regardless, yeah, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'll have to check in that because I'm using StreamYard, so it's a bit different. Maybe replays aren't enabled. That's okay. Okay. Looks like Major Gamer Geek did cheer 300 bits. Thank you so much. 13 minutes ago. I don't get notifications as easy. I have to have the window open. Haven't been home much. Got some progress on the Sapphire. Awesome. Flipper's up and running on the new main board. You have to extend the dead leads to move the main board. Yeah, just move the control board. What cam am I using? This camera right here is a Canon EOS M, which is a little mirrorless camera. M200. And this is using the older EF 24 to 85 lens. So 24 to 85 with pretty decent autofocus for what it is. Like, if I actually was to hold up something, I think it would autofocus. Yeah, see it, not the best distance, but if I take it away, it should drop back on, and it's worked pretty good. It's one of the main reasons for using this. Of course, the increased quality of the camera is very, very nice for showing off this type of thing. I'm working on better ways of being able to manipulate the camera. Right now I have it extended from my ceiling on this arm. It's okay, but it needs to be a little more smoother when I transition angles and zoom in and out. So we'll work on that. One of those things you find both entertaining and annoying, people who want to start off with an LDO or the light printer kit does not include the printed parts. If printer is starting off, they have no... If a person is starting off, they have no printer. Yes. So that is something you have to keep in mind. When you build a custom printer, there are very few printer kits that have all the parts. Generally, you're building a printer because you already have one. You already know that you want this. These are not business printers. You can make them you can use them in a business setting, but these are mostly, from what I have, from what I've seen, they're mostly hobby grade printers. So they might have more issues than an off-the-shelf printer, but you get to mod them, you get to have fun, you get to have your own color scheme, etc. And I would not have this as my first ever 3D printer. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But a lot of cases you can't print your own parts, so I would look into a service that sells parts and get whatever color you want. That would make the most sense to me. So usually when you're buying a printer like this, the vendor should have an option for printed parts. If not, you can probably find someone. So one of the supporters of this build, they supplied the hot end and just miscellaneous stuff for the build would be West 3D. And West 3D does sell printed part kits for most Voron printers. So you can just go there and get it if you want. Yes. So if you're buying one of these LDO kits from West 3D, if you're on YouTube, check the link description. I do have an affiliate link. I would strongly recommend this kit with or without it. I've been recommending the LDO kits before I even know what the LDO kit was. And now I have it, and now I can very much recommend it. And you're watching why. But yes, West 3D does give you the option of getting printed parts with it, given they're more vanilla colors. So they're not very crazy, right? If you wanted like a galaxy filament or something, you might have to go with a different vendor or talk to them about getting a specific color. Voron is not start a printer for someone to start. No, this is a... Okay, I'll talk about that too, but this specific kit is probably the best first custom printer. But we can talk about that too when we do like more of a conclusion of this. How's it printing? It's printing great. I have not done any tuning to it yet. It's printing. It's printing exactly as I expected to, but even better. So let's talk about the elephant in the room. And something that actually sets this apart from my 2.4. After ads. Okay, well, wait a second. I will assemble one of these monotonous filament clips, which uses... Oops, let me get some. It uses little bits, not filament, panel clips. It uses little bits of filament as the hinge. So you have to like insert them in a certain way. You have to have this whole thing oriented correctly. It's a little bit of a pain, but once you have one, you can kind of set it down as a template and then copy it with the rest. Just make sure that you're putting stuff in the right way. It's very easy to flip stuff upside down. Liz is here, awesome. Moderating our Twitch chat. Giving shoutouts when I forget to do shoutouts. Do people often build a Voron without already bought, modified, or another printer? I think we've already kind of touched on that, but I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think people are gonna know about printers enough to want this kit. Like, this is... You really have to know a little bit about 3D printing before you just jump into one of these kits. Because this is... I'll be honest, this is very intense. There's a lot going on. If you're printing your own parts... well... it could turn out very poorly, because if you're trying to print something on, let's say, an Ender, and it's not enclosed, and you have a lot of warping, or you don't understand the prints, that's the biggest thing. If you're printing your own parts, and you do not understand the print settings, this whole thing can crumble down with just the difference between a stock profile for, let's say, stock ABS and stock settings for like a normal print versus the Voron specific print settings or similar. So you could be just already at a disadvantage but not even knowing it. You know, did you know there's a print in place version of that clip? It does not need the filament. Oh, okay, well. We're doing this one. It actually, I'd say it has like a little bit of accent piece, but I just grabbed one. Honestly, I was a little bit back and forth on which one to use. I had no idea. I just wanted one, so I grabbed the one that was mentioned in the LDO docs. And it's right on printables, actually. Any thoughts on the Cyborg kit? I have zero experience with them, so I can't give my opinion, or my recommendation. I can't recommend them, but I did see Modbot build it, and it seemed okay. I would just be wary with all of the cheap printer kits, and this is more of a PSA. You get what you pay for. LDO does include a lot of extras and actual unnecessary things to build the printer, but when you're building it, it makes it go by a lot smoother. So there's actually quite a gap between, let's say, a self-source kit with like the actual BOM. So if you follow the strict Voron BOM, then you can cheap out and get a pre-done kit by one of the many companies who sells Voron kits, or you can go on the more premium side, which is LDO. I actually don't know of anything more premium than LDO, besides maybe some pre-built ones, but those aren't kits. So it's really, from what I can see, you can use something like West3D's self-source configurator, and you can customize exactly what you want for parts, or you can do it the terrible way. I do not recommend this, but you can buy each part individually off of somewhere like AliExpress and have to keep track of everything manually. Again, I do not recommend that. I did that for Simple Core. I had to make many purchases because I kept forgetting stuff. That's the worst part of being in the middle of a build and not having everything you need. Or just forgetting something. Ugh. So LDO just works. Trying to switch between the two chats. It's hard to read the mix because I go back and forth between YouTube and Twitch. Let's see. What about SLS printed parts? As long as it's the same performance as the stock ABS parts, then sure. I mean, anything. As long as whatever part you use in it is at the same or better performance. And what do I mean by performance? Well, there's a couple of key factors for printed parts. Number one, and probably the most important for this type of build, is actually heat resistance. So, Vorons are, whether you like them or not, they're ABS printers. So, they're designed to print ABS. They're enclosed by default. You have to physically remove panels and open your doors if you want to print PLA. So it's a ABS first, PLA second printer. There's only one fan on here, and the overall cooling is adequate, but does not match the high speeds that this printer can do in general. It's pretty good, but it's not as good as, let's say, a dual fan EVA 3, if you're trying to go extremely fast. Like pushing a ultra high flow hot end. But for a typical hot end like a Revo, this is perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. So yeah, your printed parts have to be at the minimum temperature, you know, have to withstand temperature. So PETG is interesting because it's a filament that's commonly used because of its increased temperature resistance over PLA, roughly about 10°C higher in most cases, which could be the difference between, if you have a print in a hot car, it could be the difference between melting or deforming versus not. But for printer parts, I'm not an expert at this, but I believe that PETG has a disadvantage where it will creep, meaning if you have a screwed in bolt, over time it would slowly loosen, or parts might kind of flex and bend in under the tension that they're at. This printer is designed pretty well that I don't think that will be a major issue, but the creeping of these screws and stuff loosening, that's probably the biggest issue. I'm not sure. I know people have built and have regretted building PETG Vorons. If it's open air, and if the parts are designed well enough, like Prusa printers, then they will absolutely use PETG. But ABS/ASA is the gold standard for these builds for a reason, because they are able to withstand the higher temperature resistance, and they're still strong enough for this use case, and they don't suffer greatly from creep. All STLs for Voron designed to take account for ABS shrinkage. Very good point too. You don't have to do any additional work. So typically, if you want to print the same part in PLA or PETG, you'll have to turn on shrinkage compensation in your slicer, and that will scale up the part a little bit in a certain way to account for the part shrinking when it's printed, which is kind of interesting. But Voron parts are designed for 100% scaling for ABS or ASA. Use the XOL toolhead. It's like EVA, but not really for Voron. Does it have two fans? Does it have two fans on it? The only toolhead that I know that has two fans for this style of printer is a couple. So the main one is going to be Mantis, which has dual 5015s. That does. Okay. If you want to link that to me in Discord, just DM me. I'll take a look at that after. For this build, I will be sticking with the stealth burner for now because I already have the PCB. You know, maybe if we go CAN bus eventually, I can switch over to something else. Dragon burner, which I'm using on my Rook 2020, I'm quite impressed with that because the fans are located right at the nozzle. They don't lose a lot of pressure, so you're able to translate most of the airflow from the fan right into your part. And I think that works pretty good, and that's kind of the best solution. That's what most printer brands will do, right? When they're looking for tool-like cooling, they'll just slap a blower fan right at the part as close as they can possibly go to compensate for the poor cooling. What this printer has done is taken as minimal like width as possible. So instead of extending this one extends forward and up. It's kind of like squish and stretched up a bit. I think the height is about equal to a lot of the other extruders, but you can definitely shrink that up if you're trying to do a specific package. But Eva is probably around the same height, but instead of sticking out, it sticks a little bit out front and a little bit out back of the gantry. So what that would mean for this is you'd have to shift the whole bed up front, and it would just be a different design. It's not as space efficient from what I've seen because it's just longer. XOL has... You mentioned it every stream. Oh, pretty sure it's the same as Mantis. Okay. XOL2 has dual 4010 fans. Okay. Yeah. Again, send me links and I'll review them. Well, hot end. So this was sent over by West 3D. I'm using a Fadus Rapido. Right now, I'm actually using a West 3D Undertaker nozzle as well. So they did send that over. That will allow me to put any material through here, and I'll never have to worry about replacing it ever again. I just have one nozzle forever. It's as simple as that. What mods are you going to do to this? That's a good question. What mods? It's a 250. It's a 250, so I could add an MMU to this. I would consider that a mod. Either completely scratch building a Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder. I could scratch build that, or go for a different design, like trying to think of the name, but the new one by NX Engineering, something like that. You know, like a one that uses the same extruder to do multiple filaments. If for some reason, by miracle, someone successfully clones the Bamboo Labs AMS, I will be all over that. AKA, yeah, the trad rack from Annex. And what I mean by that is, okay, this is the workflow that I would like to do personally. You can do your own printing, but I want to have my printer, right? And I want to take a spool like this. I want to put it like this. There. Load it in, push the filament in a little bit, and then call it good. Never have to worry about it ever again. If I run out of that color, I want to be notified. If there's a jam, I want to be notified. I want endless printing capabilities for whatever reason. If I have a really low spool of filament, I don't want to have to worry like, oh my god, what can I print with this? Or if it, maybe I can print with it, even if it had a filament round sensor, I don't want my part to sit overnight because maybe it would start shrinking and the whole part would fail or something like that, you know. I want to be able to have just a start-to-end print with multiple colors. So right now, Bamboo is the only one who does that. They have a really good spool management system. And that's the main reason why I wanted a Bamboo in the first place. Okay. Wow, that's actually pretty good. All right, so quickly, looking at this, and then we'll install some panels. So this is the it's gonna be kind of hard to show, maybe like this angle, but this is the VFA test. VFA test. Let's try to focus over here. So you can see a little bit of inconsistent extrusion. This is a vase mode test, so it's a little... I can't really judge it too much on that, but you have a little bit of inconsistent extrusion, but 0 artifacts. Like almost no vertical artifacts. That's like the, what they call it, salmon skin, or like a rippling effect that you get from the motors. None of it. It's like, it's extremely clean in the Z-axis. The only thing I can see is inconsistent extrusion. I might have to play around with belt tensions or the anti-squish thing, but right now it is what it is. And I would rate this, 8 out of 10 right now from what I've seen. It's not perfect, but there is, room for improvement, and it is very good. End of bed. Have a good night. If you want multicolors, how many do you want? That's a good question. I can't really answer that. I would like to have as many loaded as possible, so I can just say, hey, out of my 16 colors, so my goal is to get a 16 color AMS setup with a bamboo. That would be the goal, just so I can have all the colors loaded and just be able to print something without really worrying about it. Congrats on your success. Thank you. I'm listening for the printer. Yeah, again, this has been a fun build. So fun that I've been actually waking up. Oh my god, I get to build my Trident. It's like Christmas. It really is. It's such a fun build. Now in focus. There we go. So again, I would like to get the camera angle set up a bit different, but for now, this is fine. So what's next for the printer? A couple things, quite a few things. Number one, I need to get my rear panel installed. That'll be a good test of how to install a panel on a printer. So why don't we do that? Let me zoom this out a bit and just kind of put it like this. And then actually stand up. Fix my curtain too. Wall's coming soon-ish. Not really that soon, but soon-ish. Once I get this Trident done, I will have a second printer that works really well, and hopefully, the combination of this, my 2.4, I'll have pretty much the capability to print anything. You want MMU system that can handle at least 256 colors and multiple targets. So you want inkjet. There you go. Let's see. So I have some parts here I don't want to lose. I think I actually have enough of these printed. We can probably at least get it installed. So let's kind of flip this towards the back. I have a power cable going to it. I have an Ethernet cable going to it. I should be able to do... Let's just do this right here. So what I'm going to do is take a look at the guide, the manual. Welcome in subsector. I'll take a look at the manual and see what... Oh, that's cool. This is the manual version. I'll see where I'm at. So I've installed most of the bottom. Actually, all the skirts. I have some fans to put in, but all the skirts are in. So I can put the bottom panel in. Not right this second, but I will. I'll show you the cables too. Remind me to do that, and I'll talk about the cable management / wiring for the printer. But first, I want to get this done. So we have to install this bottom panel soonish. It has some clips. Yeah, this is the stage you're at. Panels and finishing touches. That's always nice. So at this point, you should have a working printer. You're just kind of getting it set up to print. So panels. M5 T-nuts for the... that's for the side. Do they really want M5s? Because this says M3. Oh, I see. So there's 2 here that are M5s. And then there's 1 on the side. What's the... Oh, it must be for... Okay, that's for the filament holder. Okay. So... This need... Oh. I guess I'm using a different system for this. So it's going to be different. But this is only calling for a couple. So I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... Maybe 8 panel clips. So for anyone who has done the clip mod for removable panels, how many of the clips have you put on for like each of the panels? Because that'll be the biggest impact of how many nuts I include. So right now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can do 1 more of these and do 8. At least do 8 to start off with. I'm sure that'll be fine. Let's get 1 more of these built. I'll do it on here so you can see my process, which has been kind of a little bit jank, but not too bad. So I'm taking 1 of these, using as a reference, and I'm finding the other part. So there's 1 of them, and then here is the other. You can print these off in different colors if you want. I am lazy. I just did the same color for everything. I could have done... Pezla's gonna be mad at me, but I could have done some awesome color swaps for this printer. And if Pezla's built this printer, I'm sure she would go crazy with color swaps. I would love to see that. But for the sake of getting this done, it was easiest for me just to do single colors and then have multiple solid colors everywhere. Use the Annex panel clip mod. Oh, those clips. You did 8 clips per panel. Okay, that seems... I mean, that's the minimum you would want, right? So that seems fine. I was considering having an additional 2 on the sides because of the height. But if 8 holds it in, then we only need 8. Alright, so this, what you do is you stick it through, and then you just flush cut it. There we go. And now it's in. It's not too bad. It's mildly tedious. I believe there are versions that allow you to just print in place, but I didn't know what sizes I need, and I didn't know how many I needed, so I just waited, and this is the first thing I was recommended. So this only goes in a little bit, and then the other side goes in a little bit as well, and then that will hold it in place. So far it seems pretty good, and you can use an accent color for the actual filament, so a little bit of extra bling. Not a ton, but a little bit. There we go. Forgot I was streaming. Well, make sure to follow the Who Is Live in Polymaker. You can unmute that channel and get all notifications. I usually post on Modbots as well, and I've been posting the Trident stuff on Steve Builds' Discord because, well, I asked for a self-promotion channel so I can share my Trident progress. That's essentially why. But yeah, let's do this. So we'll start off with probably the M5s. So I need 2 for the rear. I have my M3s. This place has gotten to be a little bit out of control. I need far more space than I allocated myself. Far more. I'm actually out of M5 of those special nuts. So I'm going to dig into the rest of these and borrow some. I don't know why I'm out, but I found that I've had to go into the spare parts for a few of them. I'm pretty sure I'm following the guide as intended. I don't know how I could be using more than needed, but it's okay. There's extras for a reason. So LDO includes many additional fasteners. Many. You are set. So far, I haven't had to use any of my own supplies. Only 1. So for some reason, I couldn't find a connector for the RGB extension cable. That might have been corrected on a different revision of the kit. This is Rev A. It's not Rev C. Because I wanted the purple frame. And purple frames are only available in the older Rev A version. I'll be honest, I don't know the difference. So, don't ask. That'd be a good question for Jason. Maybe I can get an update for like the final video on this printer. But for now, I'm installing the two M5s for the filter, which we're actually not using, but we still need to have this here because there is a cutout in the panel. So I have those two in there for now. I've just been using one of these to kind of angle it in. They're a pain. I find them to be a pain. Some people say they're really easy, but I still have to use a tool to get them in. I don't know the actual process, but whatever. I'll dump some of these on here. Welcome in, Hutch's Makerspace. If I miss you, I'm sorry. I am trying to read off who's here, but I'm also trying to build a printer. And watching two chats at once. And a combined chat. But that's what I have moderators for, to interact when I can't. Yeah, so some of these, like, they just... It's kind of a pain. You get to use a little bit of force to get in. Once they're in, though, oh my god, these are so much nicer than hammerheads. Because they stay in. They're captive. They just sit in place exactly where you want them. No fiddling with the... having to, like, mess around with, like, trying to get them to lock in place. None of that. You just install them and they're there. So there's a great advantage. Raider mods? Not sure what you mean by that. So if you're looking to build a Voron, I'm not done with this, but I printed with it, and I've gone through the whole process. Trident is easier than 2.4. That's known in the community, but I don't know why you'd build a 2.4, besides building it for fun. So LDO doesn't offer a 350 kit for this. One of my friends actually just bought a 250 2.4, or sorry, a 350 2.4 because there was no Trident in that size, and that really made me think: why not? Why would you need, or why can't you use a 350 for this size printer? I mean, my simple core, that's even bigger than a 350 in terms of frame, or roughly the same size, and it uses 6mm belt. If I was to build a Trident using all that stuff, that'd be great. I don't see an issue with it. Would be as fast, but the stock profiles for these printers are slow. They're not very fast at all. That is heavy? Yeah, I don't think that's really an issue. If you have a stiff enough frame, that is the limitation. The frame is not very... Well, I can't say it's not stiff, but when you scale it up, then you start to get issues. More issues start to appear. This frame, this printer is so stiff. Hey, Gulsfer. I don't know. The fact that using blind joints, the fact that there's going to be panels on here adding probably not very much stiffness at all, to be honest. But yeah, this is incredibly well designed, this frame. And if you build it correctly, this is going to serve you very, very, very well. And you can even install corner brackets and other things to increase the rigidity of this. Like on here, you can install, you know, corner brackets here. You could install them on the front too, on the bottom. Nothing really interferes with that. So you can go crazy with these corner brackets. I'm talking about this style. I think there are VZBot style, but you know what I mean. Some type of smaller version, obviously, but you know, you could put these in, no problem, and they would have even more rigidity. Or you can have aluminum ones you want to go even more crazy. So I think this is a very good design. I'll be replacing the idlers because I want better printed parts. But even then, it's great. You cannot scale the Z on a Trident due to the integrated lead screws. You're talking about in the Z direction. And you are correct. You are limited versus these ones. But I bought 400mm lead screws for my simple core. I have a Z-axis for that design for about 330mm. If I was to... It would be about 330 if I had it set up correctly. Realistically, around 300. So, yeah, you can just scale the lead screws when you're building from scratch. Or use couplers, but integrated lead screws, I wouldn't get couplers if I was going from scratch. No more couplers. Integrated lead screws are straight. They're great. No worrying about nothing. Just if you can avoid them, don't use them. Hey, still like your research? How you doing? Switch over to this one. Little bag of chips. So, bag of chips. We're about to do some panel clips. Trying to angle this in the way that I can access it, but you can almost see it. So the first thing I'll need to do is install these. I'm pretty sure, I have no idea how they install, but I think it goes like this, or it faces the outside. Faces the outside, sits flush. Yeah, that's how it works. And the panels go on here. So these are going to use, let me guess, are they not M8s? They look too short to be M8. Yeah, they're too short. M12 then. M12. I'm wondering why. You could have just made that hole smaller, but that's okay. M12 it is, but you got plenty. Actually, is that what you're supposed to be using for this? Let's see. No, M3x8. Oh, they also want you to use hammerheads. Oh. Yikes. Depends on the thickness of the clip. Okay. But, I mean, you could just, like, reduce the hole. That's what I typically do for printed parts, right? I'll just decrease the total amount of space between the head and the edge. That determines your screw size. So there's no reason to really have it like this besides looks. It looks nicer, maybe. Unless there's another version I'm just not considering. But let's install two. Let's make sure the size works before we go too much further, because there's a potential that it doesn't. So it works with those integrated... not integrated, but the T-nuts. It works with these if it's actually perfect. Just perfect. And then, yeah, that should work like that. So let's put two in the bottom, and then like one on the top. Worst case scenario. Now these are the 3mm version. These are the thinnest possible. This is what I was told. And I've only printed off a couple. So we're not installing all the panels today. I'm just testing this mod. And I need a bunch of these to test. So that's what I'm doing. I'll figure out where I want them. Probably just like in the somewhat middle. Not quite the middle. I'll measure them later and get them all spaced out great. We're almost done. I'm excited. I'm very excited to get this thing done, and more importantly, enclosed. I want to have this printer on my desk, right next to the bamboo. We'll have a good-looking printer, and it'll have a bamboo. Okay. Subjectively good-looking printer. Subjective. I like it, so I'm gonna enjoy looking at it. I'm gonna need more racks. My original plan was to turn the shelf behind me into just another one of these tables. I'm not sure anymore. I'm not sure. Because I still want to have some printers on my set. I don't need all of them, but I don't really have much more space down here. So this, what you see is kind of what you get for the amount of space I have. And I have printers just sitting over there with no home because I don't have a space for them. So I'll have to work on my layout and figure out what's best. And I'm glad I waited a little bit to do this because my requirements have changed a little. I didn't realize I was going to be building this many printers or have this many larger printers. I was focusing on smaller ones for a while, but we'll have a couple of larger ones to have, or to, we'll have a couple. They keep on coming, and that is awesome. I love it. Going to bed. Have a good night. Hardest part when the OCD kicks in, you notice the clips on the top and left aren't exact. Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. Like, I gotta perfectly center them and whatever. Scope Creep got you. Yeah. Oh, honestly. And not just that, but it's a lot of work to build out a studio in this specific setting. So whatever I was going to do, it's not going to change. Once it's there, it's kind of there forever. So I wanted to make it a little bit modular. But at the same time, I just kind of need it done at this point because I can't. I'm in an infinite loop. I can't do anything because I have all the stuff here, but I don't know what I want because I don't have a clear space to kind of plan it to some degree. But here we have a panel. This is the rear one. I'm not taking off the covering just for now, just for testing. I'll take it off as soon as I verify that it's good. But that's why I have this bottom one on here too. And I'll talk about this inverted electronics mod a bit more. But hypothetically, I'll have foam on here, but this will go in here, and this should be loose. This should be loose. So it is a little bit loose, yes. It's the right size, but it does hold it in, and it's a little bit loose. So let's see what it calls for tape. 1 millimeter. I think 1 millimeter is going to be perfect for this. Let me find some tape. It's somewhere. It's in one of these boxes. My main complaint is that there's too many parts to this printer. It's too many parts. It's not really a complaint. It's more of a... I don't organize stuff very well, so having this many boxes of like random stuff that I want to keep organized it's a little bit hard. But I'm almost done with it. And right now it is looking bad because I've gone through and I'm kind of digging for like the last components. So right now I gotta find some of the foam tape, and that is in belts, chains, and fit. No, it's not. Okay. Something here. Something belts, chains, and fans. I have my Nevermore kit. We have to install that too. I have my fans that I haven't installed yet. I'll get those installed later. Gonna have to design overhead filament storage solution. Yeah, I don't really. I could, but I can't at the same point. I'm trying to build out this. I'm in a garage bay, and I can't use my garage door right now because of how I have it set up. But I have it set up in a way that I could potentially build something below the garage door so it can still open. We'll see. It's a lot of work. So when is it in motion? Oh, it is. Okay, it's in the motion kit. For some reason. We have some foam tape. They include 2 different sizes. 3mm foam to prevent rubbing belts. Oh, okay. I highly doubt that'll rub. Well, I can't move the tool head, but there is still a gap in there, and it pushes it in quite a lot. So it comes with, this kit comes with, wow, a couple things. Hold on. A couple different sizes, and we'll want to make sure we have enough of each. Are they all the same size? Okay, hold on. Oh, we're looking at thickness. Okay. So 2 really thick pieces and then 1 thin. So they're calling for 1 millimeter in the back, which is this thin one. And then 3 millimeter on these sides. Okay, we need the 3 millimeters because of the rail. That makes sense. Because this is flush with the outside, we need 3 millimeters in the sides. For the back, there is nothing rubbing. The belts are recessed, so hypothetically, yeah, there's nothing that could even remotely rub. If it does, then there's bigger issues. So I'll be fine with using the stock config. Most people make up the paper. Yeah, I'll go for the stock because I'm confident that this won't have any issues. If it does, that's more content, right? All right. Well, this is it. We get to remove the tape. It's actually kind of a pain. It's not nice to remove. So I'll just do it over here. I'll try to remove it. Let's just put it that way. That's one complaint I've had so far is I started removing some of the protective tape and on one of the panels, and it does not come off cleanly. Yeah, it's already starting to rip. Any tips before I go too much further? It doesn't leave residue, it just doesn't come off cleanly. Drop the printer for more content. Absolutely not. I will not be dropping this printer. Maybe a rook. Oh, wow. Yeah, so it just wants to rip as you pull it off. It does not want to pull off cleanly. So let me try to get, like, this whole entire side loose. I'll just sit down for this. And let's talk about the motors. My Voron 2.4, which does have an LDO frame, is using the LDO fastener kit and all LDO motors. I'm using 6 of LDO's speedy power motors. These are 2.5 amp, high performance, 1.8 degree steppers. They have a ton of torque. They can hit very high speeds. And they have very minimal, at best, VFAs in my setup. Very, very minimal. This kit, and I guess stock kits for Vorons, come with high temperature. Okay, I'm running actually the high temp versions of the speedy powers for AB, but that's irrelevant. These are high temp 0.9 degree steppers. I don't know what they're rated at. I'll be honest, I don't know. Can someone find out how many amps these motors are rated for? I'm guessing 1.5, but I'm not sure. But why 0.9 over 1.8? Well, hypothetically speaking, you get twice the resolution. So any issues are kind of negated, and a lot of 0.9 degree steppers have less vibration. The Prusa Mark IV went with LDO 0.9 steppers because they have very, very low surface artifacts. But because we're running a Core XY printer, I have a feeling that that's kind of negated in general. Like, it cancels itself out. There's less issues with there's less direct transfer of vibration through the system. I'm not sure, but what I can tell you is that in general, a Core XY motion system is just gonna be cleaner than a bed slinger. So are 0.9 degree steppers necessary? I'm really not sure why they include them. Because I ran my speed test on here, So 1.68 amps. Okay. What's the RMS value of that? Multiply that by 0.707. I'm running them at 1.1 amps right now. 1.1. If these are 1.7 amp motors. And I couldn't get over like 400 millimeters a second at like 10K. I couldn't do 20K yet on it. Maybe at lower speeds, I think. Yeah, I think 300 millimeters a second at 20K. But anything higher than that, the motors just can't spin fast because they're 0.9 degree. And I found that very interesting because what are they targeting for this printer? Is it supposed to be a high-speed printer? I know generally these aren't the highest of speed printers. They have a strong focus on quality, but why 0.9? It's a very, very interesting choice. Very interesting choice. Nero says not. That there's no reason to? I don't think so. I don't. But LDO does. And, you know, they could have easily included, you know, 0.8 degrees that probably hit higher speed. Now, I'm a bit biased because on all my Core XYs, including the Rooks, I have been using these speedy power motors. I have so many of them. Because I love them. They just work. They have a lot of power, as the name implies, they have a lot of power and they're fast. They're one of the best motors. But apparently, in some cases, I believe they can suffer from high noise. So, vibration noise, not necessarily surface quality artifacts, but at specific frequencies, they will vibrate worse. Which hypothetically was improved upon with the super power motors, the new ones that they just released. But yeah, I would like to see this kit come with speedy power motors. Why would it not? I don't know why. Voron is quality design, not aimed for speed. Well, here's the thing. When people get one of these printers, I'm sure some people are going to want the option of going fast. And I haven't tested out any real-world tests. The Voron speed test is pretty... Not the Voron speed test, but the Core XY speed test macro that I use. It is pretty representative of what a typical print would be. You just put in your speeds and feeds. I've got one of these off. It's going to be a while. It's nice. I think it's the matte side. Very nice looking panel. Seems a little bit scratch resistant too, but we'll still be careful. I'll do the same thing on this side. I'll start at the top and do one strip and then kind of peel it down. Otherwise it'll tear. So yeah, that's my one complaint is just off the bat, even with increased motor currents, the top speeds are a little bit low. Which travel speeds are very important for making for fast prints. Being able to double your travel speed from, let's say, 300 millimeters a second to 600 millimeters a second, yeah, that can drastically decrease your print speeds or your print times without any quality issues. Just increasing your non-printing speeds and accelerations. That's what Bamboo does. That's how they are able to print so fast, because that's one of the reasons. Is just high travel speeds. The DC says you would change something. Well, let me know. Let me know you'd want to change, and let me know how you would make this your own printer. Because remember, this is my printer. I've already changed stuff on it because I wasn't happy. And I'm going to change more stuff on it because I want to improve upon it. I want to improve this as much as possible. Like, it's something very obvious that's like, okay, well, maybe this one part should be a different color because of this specific reason, then sure, that would make sense. Oh, I think we got it. A little bit of rip. It's not too bad. Yeah, I'm not showing this peel because it is not a happy peel. Okay, once we get one side going, it does come off fairly easily, but you have to pull straight. You can't pull it at an angle at all. Oh, I've got a corner. Oh, is it about Pezla's project? Oh, okay. Sorry, I can't really read what conversations are going on StreamYard. It's very hard. So if you guys have side conversations, I might accidentally read them. That's funny. All right. Well, we have this one side right here, and we have this side. Are they the same? Are they the same? I'm gonna say yes. They're the same, right? The same. Hold on, I forgot to mute my Discord notifications, but that's okay. Alright, perfect. Okay, so they look the same. That's good. So we'll just pick a side. It's already getting dirty, but that's okay. I'll do it like this so you can kind of see what's going on. Oh, yeah, it's like, ugh. Dirty. Black shows a lot. But let's see. So we're going to use the 1mm tape on the back as the recommendations give. And I've already verified that immediately nothing terribly would happen. But sure, more thicker foam would make more sense if you had the option. But I don't think I have the option. So it just says to apply foam tape. I'm guessing it's like right up on the edges. I just have to guess on this one, but well, if I line it up, it's about probably like a slight bit in, very slight. But pretty much on the edge. Okay, let's see, there we go. So let's take this. Let's cut it first, maybe. Get the length and cut it. Hey! Blix! Thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate you. Well, welcome on in. Hopefully you'll have some pretty fun projects to bring to Murph. I'm excited to meet you. I'm excited to meet everyone who's going to Murph, because that will seem more like a chill hangout versus Earth, which is a little bit of both hangout and business. So Murph is all fun. No games, except for the Polymaker booth, where there will be games. We are setting up games to do at the Polymaker booth. So Pezliz is exclusively running all the games over the weekend. Thank you so much, Pezliz, for volunteering all your time to run games at the booth. We appreciate it. Sorry, I'm trying to get this. This is not the easiest thing, but it's not the hardest. It just takes a little bit of patience. Yeah, you can't let it stick before you set down. You also can't stretch it. So you kind of just have to put it into place and get it kind of straight. But I'm trying to get the same offset from the edges as well. Are you heading to our campground? This is a campground. I'm intrigued. No, I have a hotel. I'm staying at one of the main hotels there. Campground. Interesting. Maybe I'll go camping instead. I'm a liar? Liar for what? It's too long. That's okay. Probably stretched it a little bit. There are tons of campgrounds. Nice. We're camping. I'll just sleep in the car. Camp in the car, actually. I'll bring a sleeping bag. You're renting... Oh, you have an RV. Oh, interesting. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'll at least stop by. That'd be cool. Very cool. Alright, we... One strip. This is why... Okay. I was criticized today. Criticized by Modbot for working on my printer off stream. He's like, there's no way you got that done all on stream. Just a joke, but no, seriously, a lot of this stuff, the only reason why I'm streaming it is because, well, it's just fun, you know, just stream it for fun. I'm not doing a build guide, and I'd rather have those side conversations, like talking about the printer in general, talking about different things that's going on, but also keeping something to occupy myself, like, you know, putting this stuff on. So this is definitely something that I would want to do probably off stream, just to save a bit of fun building for stream. I don't know, like installing belts and stuff. I know I did a lot of the off stream for this one. I'm just running out of time. I want to get this thing done. Oops, I ripped one. It's okay. I can just continue. Foam is pretty forgiving. It's not like we're trying to make a isolation gap, but you know, the better isolation you can get out of this foam, the quieter your printer will be. What's this Voron going to be used for? Well, clearly not printing, because I rarely print. Well, no, this is going to be one of my ABS printers. A printer that can just pump out ABS parts. In fact, this will be my main ABS printer for printer parts. For quality printer parts. I'll also have the Bamboo as a backup printer. But that will be more for PLA. For multicolor parts. With the option of doing multicolor ABS parts. Like, I won't be running very many prints on the Bamboo that are not multicolor, just to, you know, utilize the strengths of the printer. Like, this printer can print fast, same speed as the Bamboo, but at quality. But, you know, the Bamboo could do multicolor, so. But once I get my Bamboo, I'll have a full comparison of the two. Not as a video, but just as a stream topic. So if you ever stop by my streams, I stream very regularly on multiple platforms, on multiple people's channels. So if you want any updates on this, the best thing to do is stop by and say hi, ask about stuff. If I've had people ask about recently very old projects that I've done. In fact, some of the first printers that I built, I've had people asking me for parts on it, and I think that's fun. I think it's cool that, you know, there's still conversation to be had well after you finish a project. And that's why I've been documenting these a bit more on YouTube because of that. Because once I build this, it's done. So the main part of the main time I'm talking about it, the main issues that I'll have with it are gonna happen as I'm building it. Or as it breaks and I have to fix it. So that type of stuff I want to stream or have on YouTube for others to see. Learning a lot, thanks. Well, I'm glad you are. I'm hopefully the goal for you is to join many streams, have a diverse knowledge set, because not everyone's going to have the same knowledge. I don't know as much about some things compared to Nero or Modbot. Like, clearly I haven't been doing this for that long. But I have different experiences. I have more, maybe some more consumer-based experiences, or more color-based or material-based experiences. Steve inspection. Well, it's not done yet. It's not done yet. Steve will check it out when it's done. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. I think I'm just gonna go right to the side right here. More of this off. Alright, almost done with the first panel with the first foam. This is all I'm doing today for panels. The rest will be off stream, I promise that. Based off your color choices, you would have loved the 80s. Yeah! I grew up listening to 80s music, because that's what my mom was into. I love the music. I love the colors. You know, it's predating the modern internet, so that would have been nice too. Internet now is just kind of gone in a very interesting direction. I think we can all agree on that. You know you're truly in the summer when the cold water is warm enough to not turn on the hot water. Oof. Yeah. Yeah. And when the hot water is too hot. You're my second favorite YouTuber. Second favorite? Wow, that's quite the... I mean, there's a lot of YouTubers that I would rate far above myself, so I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. Second favorite. I'm a little biased. I will say that my favorite... Yeah, this did work at one point. Oh, it's because I have it closed. My favorite 3D printing YouTuber. I have to be very careful. Oh, man. There's different categories, for sure. Different categories, but my favorite in terms of education has got to be Mirage C. You cannot argue that the scientific tests and the way that he presents his tests is kind of unmatched. The amount of time and effort he spends on those, and the fact that he doesn't release stuff that does not have enough information, that's been my favorite for finding or really understanding issues with printing and ways of fixing them. And yeah, this seems perfect. So the 3mm clips with the 1mm tape seems to work good. So, good. Chris Fix. Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty good. So, of course, I like to watch pretty much all the streams that I can, and I'm not going to single out a single streamer, because I like all of them for different reasons, but the main three that I do watch for 3D printing on YouTube are, let's see, Modbot on Wednesdays, plus his dedicated videos, which are very good. We have Nero, occasional days of the week. His are more chilled, relaxed. You never know what's going to go on with those streams. And then there's Steve. Proper print. Yeah, proper printing. Ivan Miranda, the giant 3D printer guy. He's pretty cool too. Like all of that. I could talk about this for a long time. But for streaming specifically, I will mostly watch on YouTube, the big three. Did I miss anyone? Did I miss anyone for like 3D printing people who build 3D printers? Golden. There is CNC Kitchen doesn't stream. I mean, there's thousands of people who do 3D printing videos. Yeah. But yeah, CNC Kitchen, he has great content. Oh, Joel sometimes streams. Sometimes, but yeah, like YouTubers, right? People who live stream. No, I know. There's a lot of people I will watch on YouTube, but I don't watch a lot of YouTube videos because I have to be in a very specific like mindset to watch them. I don't know. It's hard to explain, but when I'm watching a YouTube video, it's very different from watching a live stream. I feel like I have to be extremely focused when I watch a YouTube video, or else I'm just gonna forget it. Like once it's gone, it's gone. But with a Twitch stream, if something happens, like the streamer can, you know, live replay it or talk about it or whatever. So it's a very, very big difference between live streaming and just making videos. Hey, Silverback. Well, welcome on in. Yeah, everything. Hopefully, everything is going well for you. I haven't really talked to you too much, so I haven't been able to watch too many of your streams. Hopefully, all is well for you. I have some parts to ship you. soon, TM. I'm very bad at shipping things. It's the reason why I don't do giveaways anymore. They're ship out related. But let's get a shout out to Silverback, who streams actually very regularly different things. I try to tune in when I can. See YouTube more as crafted vids. There are live streamers, but the number of those less. Yes, it's strange though. It's strange. So a lot of YouTubers will use their YouTube sub leverage to kind of get a high. I'm not gonna say artificially inflated, but a high viewer ratio, because you can see that a lot of people who join the streams are first time watchers. Like they don't typically watch live streams of 3D printing. Then you have the enthusiasts who will watch the regularly scheduled live streams every week. Or Tech, yep, she does a lot of reviews, like everything. Or haven't been able to do much. Yeah, well, I really wish the best for you, and you know, take it easy as best as possible. And hopefully, when you do get this will give you something more to do. Naries? I don't know who that is. Must be Nero. Okay. You have a stock Ender 3 hot end with a bi-metal heat break, okay? Running a 0.8mm rounds 2. Would you say there's any benefit of upgrading the hot end? Not Nero? Okay. I don't know who you're talking about then. So, an Ender 3 hot end is going to be about the same as a V6. So you're going to get a maximum of about 10 to 12 millimeters cubed flow. Okay, thank you for the link. Yes, so there are actually benefits. Oh, that's something I could talk about with high flow and filaments and high flow hot ends. This is definitely a video topic that would need a lot of work put into it, but in general, the higher flow your hot end, within reason, I think there's definitely a curve to this. So what I've noticed in high flow hot ends is that your extrusion drop-off curve, so the amount of under extrusion versus the amount of flow you're putting out, the more flow you request, the more under extrusion you're going to get. So let's say at very slow speed you have full extrusion, but the more speed you request, the more under extrusion you get for whatever reason. I'm still not 100% sure if it's just lost steps in your extruder or whatever, but it's a combination of your extruder. So if you have a very poor extruder, then it's not going to be able to utilize any hot end. So just upgrading your extruder can get a better, I call it like a drop-off curve for your flow. So for more consistent flow. So a higher flow hot end will give you more range of similar extrusion. And that's why you get inconsistent extrusion when you're changing speeds on your external walls. So if you print really fast, you'll get kind of a thinner wall, maybe a slightly different surface finish because your temperature is different. But then on a slower section, you get more extrusion and a different, you know, like more of a shiny section. So that's something to keep in mind. If you set your limits correctly, it's all about how fast you want to print. Any hot end, literally any hot end on the market, from the lowest powered of Ender 3s, they're all going to have the same rough quality for external walls at the same speed. They're going to. It's just as you increase your speeds a little bit, then you can really see a benefit from a higher flow hot end. Oops, that's the wrong way. Yeah, I like these clips. These are quite nice. I'm trying to get a consistent offset. For now, we're just gonna flip them on because you can't see them. But yeah, they just go on like they screw on, and then you can go like this, and then it's clipped on, and it's not the most solid. I'm gonna move these down a little bit. That's why I was wondering if there needed to be another one here. So this will actually need to move down significantly. Probably kinda go. Let's match it up with like this. I don't know. It's just random. In fact, let's make it not random. Let's have it the length of something. Whatever. It'll be random for now. I'll adjust them in the future, but I think having that one up there should be fine, and then having one kind of here, and then here. That will help a lot with the deflection. So yeah, there we go. That's better. If you don't have all your stuff clipped in, you could pop out your panels, and that's how you remove your panels. You push it too hard. Wow. Oh man. But yes, you can just remove your panels, which, if you want to print PLA and you need a lot of cooling, you just take off your panels. These do not have the greatest of clipping. They're not very tight. I would have probably printed them a little smaller, personally. Like a little less clearance. Oof. But some stuff's on the floor now. You're using reverse orbiter 2 in your Ender 3 and a clone orbiter on your S8. Okay, orbiter has extremely high flow potential. Extremely high. Has a good contact area and a very high torque. So you should be able to get pretty much every little ounce out of your hot end with that. But you will probably find better for your money. You might find, okay, honestly, you can get pretty much like the best hot ends for about 30 bucks. Like in terms of flow, like 30-40 bucks with like a CHC volcano. Yeah, you know. And of course, if you're running a Hero Me Gen 7, you can just print off one new bracket and then have a new hot end. Did anyone else watch 3D Media Man's 3D Media Man? Marlon Media? Yeah, 3D Media Man. Did you watch his interview by Joel? That was kind of interesting. He was very excited to show off his system on that. You watched it? Welcome in, John. Did I say hello? $30 for this Lost Monkey hot end. Well, the performance jump from a CHC volcano to even like Rapido isn't that much. So you might as well just go for the CHC Volcano if you're trying to save some money. Seemed very Ender-centric. For the most part, yeah. Yeah. But a lot of people still have bed slingers. A lot of people still have slow bed slingers that they're trying to make faster. And without having to completely rebuy a printer, you can just, you know, swap out your tool head. Install clipper. Like once you clipperize your printer, you need more cooling because you can print a lot faster than you think you can. Hey Remy, how's it going? You've always liked the BQH2. I've had kind of mixed opinions on it, but overall pretty good, yeah. It's a little bit too much on the unique side where you can't just buy components for it. You have to get it right from Big Tree Tech, and shipping from them takes a while. But for the price, you can't really beat it. Using a 0.6 nozzle with a little higher extrusion width and layer height can be easily maxed out of standard Honda. A 0.4 nozzle increased to 0.8 line widths can max out a Honda. Any nozzle can. There's very little difference that I can see in a 0.4 and a 0.6 in terms of maximum flow. Those are kind of on the same level. It's like, I think it would be negligible. You're looking to CHC Volcano? Yeah. There's different versions too. You might want to look into the, I think it's the red lizard. The one that has the new CHC style, the ceramic heater core. I would look into that one. Because for the price, I don't think there's any beating it. It's about like 60 or 70 bucks for what is going to be Rapido levels of flow or similar. Again, I haven't tested a lot of this stuff, so I just don't know. Alright, I gotta move this gantry up so I can take off this panel. Right now, I am using the pin end stop. I actually might do the... We can do that today on stream, if it's not too hard. Does anyone on here know how to do the auto clicky Z end stop offset thing? Does anyone know how to do that? Work 2020 motions, you work it properly. Awesome! That's awesome. I'm proud of you. That's an accomplishment because it's not a difficult build in terms of like this is a more difficult build. But you have to build it right. You have to print all the parts right to get it working. So good job. Looking forward to the 4-day weekend. 4-day weekend? Oh, wow. That's awesome. 4 days. Yeah, I guess a lot of people take Friday off. Auto Z calibrate, you've done it a few times. Alright, awesome. Can you do me a huge favor and find the best written article that explains how to do it? I had to make some written articles eventually because even though YouTube is great, 99% of the times if I have an issue, I want it written down. I want to be able to copy paste. I think YouTube is more for accessibility, for not accessibility, but for finding things. What's the word for that? But Modbot's camp video wasn't a necessarily a tutorial on how to do camp, but more of a they found it for the first time watching it. They're like, oh, this is a thing. Exposure. So it's exposure. You exposure to the stuff on YouTube. But then I still want a nice written article, written guide on how to do it. Haven't done LZ, just camp. Well, yeah, I could probe with the clicky PCB, but if I can, I might as well get it set up. I think that'd be fun to play around with as another alternative. If that works, I will set up on my 2.4 too. As Auto Z, hypothetically, means that I can swap out nozzles without having to worry about Z offset, and that would be nice if I ever have to change out a nozzle. It's changed since you needed it, but that's what you use. Alright. I'll pull that up and we could take a look at it. Was there anything else that I said I was going to do on the stream? I can run a speed macro test. So, what kind of speeds do you think this printer can do? Let's run that right now. What do you think this printer can do? Let's do it something slow. So this is 300 millimeters a second at 10K Excel. If we're not printing anything. And this does match the title, so how fast can this printer print? Well, how fast can it move? That's the biggest thing. How fast can it move? Swap nozzles and build plates. Well, build plates are easy. I have a bed mesh of... I have some type of probe in general for the build plate. That's never the issue. It's the nozzle that's always going to be the issue to me. So this is 300 millimeters a second at 10K Excel. Also, this is loud. Bob was not wrong. The 0.9s are so much louder than the 0.8s. It's higher pitched too. So I'm probably going to be swapping these out with some maybe superpowers or speedy powers. What Excel can get? Exactly. Well, it's a combination though. Because 0.9 degree steppers can only spin so fast. That's their limitation. So if you're trying to hit top speeds, you either need to get 1.8 degree steppers or bump up the voltage. I'm curious, what would be better, installing new motors or installing a 24 volt power or 48 volt power supply? Like what happens when I run these 0.9s at 48 volts? Would that kind of put them on par to the speedy powers at 24 volts? And then retain the same print quality? I wonder. You never used them? I actually used them on the BQ-BX. They came with them, and I saw zero noticeable difference because, well, it's a bed slinger. There's more limitations than the motors. That was 300. Let's do 400. I'm just going to keep going up until it fails. This is 400 millimeters a second. I'm running 1.1 amps on the motors. And, of course, a spread cycle for these. I've gotten used to the noise. At first, I wanted cell chop on all the printers, but I've gotten used to the noise. Your speedy powers are much louder in 0.9 and 0.4. Really? It's a different type of noise, though. This is super high-pitched, and that annoys me more than low-pitched of the speedy powers. So this is 10K right now. So 10K at these speeds is perfectly fine for, you know, for longer travels. It's plenty good for hitting those speeds. 10K is a pretty good balance, like, for typical printing. $300 millisecond is pushing 24 millimeters cubed on flow, which is near the limit of stock torpedo. So going faster is gaining everything. Exactly. This is why, you know, the Creality K1, the Bamboo, the other printers that claim to be high printer, especially bed slingers that claim like 600 millimeters a second printing. You're not actually printing at that. You're just traveling at those speeds. And no one is printing super fast, and then at low resolution. It's like the opposite. Do you want to print fast, or do you want to print really low layers? Yeah, exactly. You pick one. Because you're limited by the quality anyway. Printing fast doesn't mean you just can keep your quality in all cases. So that was 400. Let's try 500. Let's see what we can do at 10K Excel. this might fail. Based off of my previous tests earlier today, this might fail. But only 10k Excel might be fine. I'm ready to do emergency stop. So what's happening here? I'm running 0.9 degree steppers, and they can only physically rotate so fast. They run out of... I don't know what the limitation is, but they don't have enough torque. So I think this is kind of on the edge of what I can do. What current? 1.1 amps right now. I might be able to bump it up a little bit more. Did someone do the math? What is 1.7? Let's see. You should use 360. Nope. So 1.7 amps times 0.7. 07 doesn't matter. 1.2. So 1.2 is pushing the limit. So that's what I can realistically run these motors at, is 1.2 amps. And I think I will. I think I will do that. Let's do that right now, because I can just do that. So I'm gonna go to my printer.config and change the current. I can share this too, because yes. Go. Don't I have a special one? But I have my camera on here. Oh well. So max Excel, it doesn't really matter. Max velocity, I'll keep it 300 for now. It overrides it when you slice it anyway, I think. What am I looking for? So stepper X right here. Oh yeah, it is at 1.2 amps. Oh yeah. It's already at 1.2, so it's already at the max it can go. I have a lot of things already. Running camp, I'm running clicky, and now we're gonna do auto Z offset. That'll be interesting. Back to here. So yeah, I'm already at my max. So 1.2 amps. Let's keep going. Can I do 600 millimeters a second at 10K? 600 millimeters a second at 10K XL. You think this printer can do it? That's when the torque, so the motor is spinning so fast that its torque rating at those speeds reduce significantly. And at some point, it just drops off. It loses all the torque. For anyone about to buy Rapido, don't. In about 2 weeks, Triangle's coming out with a CHC Dragon. Basically, Rapido. Yeah, so everyone's coming out with... see, that's our limit. So we can't do, on this printer, we can't move at 600 millimeters a second. That's crazy, isn't it? At 10K XL. Which is kind of typical for a fast printer like this. So that's our limit, 500 millimeters a second. And even then, I think I had one of those tests where it did fail, so I would say 400 to be safe. Given you're not going to be printing at those speeds anyway, but we have to set a travel speed. So I would set my travel speed in this printer to 400 millimeters a second, just because of that. The difference between 400 and 600 probably isn't a lot. They're both pretty fast. Man, get one of these panels. I was gonna have keep the bottom on for now, because geez, such a pain to remove. Is there a limitation of the motor in this kit? That's what I just ran. You're watching it live. Like, if there's another test you want to do that's different, that is pretty much the ultimate stress test, is just moving your printer. So I'm gonna call it here. 400 to 500 millimeters a second at 10K XL. The difference between 400 and 600 is 200. Precisely. Would Polymaker ever make a transparent ABS? I don't know. I don't know why you would. I mean, I know why you'd want it, but I don't know if it's possible. Because this is kind of what an undyed Keller is. So, yeah, you might be out of luck. I don't know enough about material science. So, for reference, the rooks can go way faster. Way faster. Also, I am using the nut backer bar in this. I'm not using the... I should have just used the regular T-nuts. But I'm using a heavy bar. I'm using a stealth burner, and I still have my extrusion on here. If I was to swap over to, let's say, the dragon burner, cutting off a lot of weight, and having a lighter gantry, I could probably push faster with these stock steppers. But for this configuration, for the stock LDO configuration, 400 to 500 millimeters a second at 10K. That's what I would rate it at. The 2.4, I can't remember, but I can do 800 millimeters a second travel with the speedy powers. So, luckily, it's not super difficult to swap out the motors in this. A little bit of work, but not too bad. And it could be worth doing in the future. I mean, I'm definitely going to. I'll just say it now. I'm going to. If I notice any issues, not issues. Sorry. Let me rephrase that. I definitely want to, in order to increase speeds a little bit. But 48 volts would be interesting to try out. Like, what happens when you push 48 volts on a 0.9 degree stepper? I'd love to see it. And when Eddie the Engineer does more of these tests with stepper motors, that should tell everything you need to know. XOL tool head with Sharper Mini weighs about 200 grams. Less than self-burn and Clockwork 2. I bet. This is a heavy... This is a lot of printed parts. It's not very space efficient. It looks great though, and that's why people use it. It just looks amazing. So why don't we print something? You want to print something? Well, oh no, no, shoot. We're gonna do the auto Z offset. Let's do that. That'll be fun. Who needs to print stuff? Okay, plugin for self. What is this? Oh, it's a wiki. Self-calibrating Z offset. Okay, let's go to the code. This is the wiki in full documentation. Okay. There's still one offset. Oh, jeez. So you're doing the different. The offset is the switch to nozzle offset. Thermal expansion. Thermal expansion feature could be interesting. How to configure it. How to install it. Is this going to take a lot of time? It might not. We can do it. Superpower slash 5504s and 48 volts are the best option in the market. No question. Buy it. I'll think later. Yeah, I already have speedy powers on all my printers. And I don't know. I'm assuming that would be a pretty good solution for the printers that I can actually print that fast, aka there's enough flow. So like minimum repeato. Otherwise it's not worth it. On the simple core, I'm running repeato ultra high flow or ultra high flow. Oh, Vez has a test on that? Okay, that'd be cool. If you find something like that and you DM me on Discord, I'll watch that later. But not right now. So I can't do too much on here. I will be hopping onto here. Let's see, my logs in. Okay. Yeah, let me just screen share for a bit. So this is the plugin. We'll be doing a little bit of back and forth. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna put that onto here. Okay, and we're done. We're using one instance of Clipper. We're fine. All right, we have a Moonraker update manager. Moonraker.conf file. Okay, so I can go into here and then go into machine and do go to Moonraker. Add this down at the bottom. This is the update manager, so it automatically updates the repository. Moonraker time lapse. I don't have a camera yet. Is there anything else on here that I can add? Good enough for now. Save and restart. I think only ACs have the speedy power name printed on them. They do say speedy power. The update issue was in the OS, so I don't know. That's for, okay, I think it's specifically for multiple MCUs where I'm only running one. I think that's the only issue that I know of. So I think we're fine because I'm only running one MCU. I think. We have that. Now we can see that we have, hypothetically, it would have gone in here. I guess not. Oh, update. Failed. Oh. Update manager Z calibration. Pi Clipper Z calibration does not exist. Okay, so we might not have the files yet. Do we not have the files? Where did that go? Check over here. Oh, this require. Okay, so we gotta do this. This requires you clone this repository into your home directory. Yeah, that would. So next step. Oops. That's what I want. Do that. Fatal destination. Oh. Already exists. And it's not empty directory. Okay. And then link this plugin. Okay. Maybe now? Maybe that'll work. Let's restart Moonraker? Just don't see it. No longer available. Alright, well, we're having errors for now. I guess we'll deal with that later. We will just deal with it. So that's the plugin. How to configure it. Okay, this is the important section. How the heck do we use this? As per us, the probe must be configured properly. It must work reliably without any problems. Yep. Note that the probe is working reliably. This automatic Z calibration is basically configured by adding the Z calibration section. A minimal startup configuration might look like this. Okay. It is good practice to use more than one sample and use median as probe samples. It's important to configure an approximate probe offset in X, Y, and Z. The Z offset does not need to be an exact value since we're not using an offset, but it must be close to a real value. Okay. Okay. Doesn't even matter what stepper Z position N is configured. Okay. We'll figure that out. Configurations. New. The nozzle position is set to Z safe home by default. Okay. The switch position can now be defined as an offset from the nozzle position. Cool. Bed mesh. Switch offset. Okay. Okay, so let's first get this in here. Where does that go? Trying to see how this works. Let's reboot it. Oh, that's possible. Yeah, that's possible. That's okay. So let's just throw it at the bottom here. Please feel free to interrupt me if I'm doing anything completely wrong. But my macros, is that a macro? It's not a macro. It'll go under this section. So here's my bed mesh. Let's put it there. So Z calibration. Nozzle XY positions. Not needed if Z safe home is used. Z safe home is used. XY offsets from the nozzle position for clicking the probe's switch body on the Z end stop. Okay. So I need to define the switch XY offset and switch offset. Start G code, macro name for attaching the probe, and then end G code, macro name for docking the probe. Okay. So, let's save and close. In my, oh man, I think it's adaptive mesh. I have my attach probe. Is it supposed to be like this with the parentheses? Let's see. Let's check the configuration. Start G code. It doesn't give one. So this is attach underscore probe and then dock underscore probe. So potentially this or not. Or does this want that? And then detach probe. Like that. Potentially. Potentially. Comment out the additional text. I know why. That's weird. I don't know why that's like that. That's strange. Mac before split. I guess we don't need that. So switch XY offsets and then switch offset. So switch offset. A starting point can be taken from the data sheet. It's safe to start with a little less depending on the switchiness you prefer in the first layer. I have no idea. You have it in your start print. Oh, okay, that makes sense. But I mean, it won't double attach a probe, so it's better to have it. Oh boy, I have no idea. So it wants it. Okay, so yeah, having less offset means that it thinks the nozzle is no. It says it wants smaller offset. The nozzle is further away. This value cannot be negative. Okay, so what is the value that I need to use? What value do I use? That's my question. I don't know what value. Can I get a estimation of it? Start with 0.05 for switch offset. Yeah, I'm gonna live adjust Z anyway. Start with 0.5 for the switch. Why'd it say 5 millimeters? That's weird. Okay. So 0.5. I can do that. Or I'll use this 0.46. Why not? I'll know where that value came from. So switch offset. So switch XY offset. So this is the Z offset, I guess. And then the switch XY offset. Which XY offset? Well, let's see. Shoot, it's not gonna let me. XY offset. I'm just gonna guess a little bit, I guess. Do I have a ruler? Okay, I do. I don't know where my calipers are, but let's say approximately, roughly, because I already have this in here, I can't go back now, so 3... I can attach the probe manually. Right, I don't have to dock my probe. What a pleb. Alright, so it is 24. 24 on the X. I don't know if it's positive or negative, but 24. And then on the Y, it is a little bit off, where I'm actually going to want to probe. I'm guessing maybe... Let's just go with 3 millimeters for now. Like that. Does this look correct? I mean, I guess we can find out real quick. I don't know if it has to be negative or positive. We'll find out. Alright, section Z calibration is not a valid config section. Is it not? Do I have to restart my Pi? Like, do I actually? How to test it? Use it. Okay. How to install it? Automatic installation. And you're done. Clipper installation. Oh, did I not run this? Actually, I might not have run this. That might be the issue. I don't know if I have. Let's see. No, I didn't. Oops. So I never actually installed the plugin. There we go. Now we're good. That's funny. So we didn't actually install it. Oh man. That's hilarious. Let me restart Moonraker. Okay, no nozzle position. Oh, okay, there we go. No nozzle position configured. Okay, let's see. This is better. No, it works now. No nozzle. No nozzle. Nozzle XY position. Not needed if Z safe home is used. Do I not have Z safe home used? Actually, I don't. It's not in use anymore because of clicky. Is it? Is it not? I think I actually uncommented it. So my Z safe home. Yeah, it is. It isn't. Okay, okay. So it's here. That makes sense. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? And mesh. Z calibration. Okay. So yes, I do need that in here. Save and restart. And let's see. Let's make sure we can still home the printer. And I'm gonna switch over to the other screen. Docks the probe. Oh. Okay, then does a Z home. Okay, so we're good. We're good in homing. You have a Z calibration macro. Okay. Okay. Calibration macro. Okay, so you're just calling calibrate Z after Z tilt adjusts? Okay. That makes sense. So how to use it? We need to... So calibrate Z. Oh, it's a macro. It's a macro. Okay. Okay. Yeah, there's the actual macro. Attach probe, Z calibrate dock. Okay, that's right, because you still need some type of thing. I'll just throw it in there. That should be fine. That should be fine. So let's go over here and into machine, product config. I'll just throw that down in the macros. Just all in this one file for now. Right here. Calibrate Z. Great. Z. Attach probe. Base calibrate Z and dock probe. Okay. I don't think M117 is necessary, but it's fine. And in my print start, I need to do a, hypothetically, a calibrate Z after the, or before the bed mesh. Before the bed mesh? Yeah, before the bed mesh. Homal axes, and then run calibrate Z. Like that. So hypothetically, that's what I need. I believe. Does that look right? Oops. Does that look right? We'll save and restart, and then I can actually just run calibrate Z. Yeah, I know. Polymaker. Polymaker, that's right. Yeah, we're just looking at, you know, some Polymaker filaments. Let's see, what do you want to look at? Galaxy ASA. Ooh, beautiful blue, beautiful red, beautiful green. Alright. Picking and Evermore. Sweet. Yeah, I have I have all the well, I have the fans for it, and the PCB and stuff to, I think I have the PCB? I have all the stuff I need to get Nevermore set up from the LDO kit. So I'll do that after I finish my panels. So let's see. Let's see what happens when I run that. I'll switch over to the other camera finally. So I'm gonna run the code. Calibrate_Z. And see what happens. I'm intrigued. Must home first. Okay, so we're homed. Make sure you don't have a home after the Calibrate Z runs. No. No, I don't. So right now my nozzle isn't heated, and it's actually pressing it again. So let's heat it to 180. I don't know what temperature. It'll definitely have to reach a temperature. I'll have to have that in there too. You make sure you have the location set. Oh no, not at all. I guess I can manually probe it, although I don't know if the offsets are correct. So I'm just gonna do an emergency stop, that type of thing, YOLO style. What's the worst that can happen? So let's do it. Calibrate Z. Attach the probe. It's gonna home the nozzle. Okay. A couple times. A lot of times. Oh, it's doing exceeding probes because, yeah, it's off. So I went the wrong direction. It looks correct. I just went the wrong direction. Let me go back into printer.config and see. I think I had to flip around X and Y. But I like that. It actually does a repeatability test on the Z-axis, which makes a ton of sense because if it's not repeatable, then it's not accurate. Very cool. So, oh yeah. It's 3 on the X and then 24. That makes sense. Oops. That makes sense. Try it again. So let's do a home. I'm homing at 100 millimeters a second. Because the XY, it doesn't need to be crazy accurate. It has to be close enough so you can easily probe that fast. Easily. And the printer can take it. Okay, let's try it again. Calibrate Z. It's gonna do the probing of the Z. Make sure the switch body presses the Z end stop, not the switch plunger. Yes. The body itself. Definitely. And you want to hit it like so it just barely overhangs, so it's kind of centered, I'm guessing. So it's failing repeatability tests. Move out of range. Okay, so opposite direction, so probably minus. Again, where I don't actually know because they didn't give a sample config, which they should have a sample config for clicky. I don't understand why they wouldn't be. You actually gave me one. What did you do? Your probe switch. Oh yeah, yours is different. It's different now. But your switch is minus. Yeah, so minus X and minus Y, according to what you have. Okay, say that one more time. Don't use yours. Yours is small. I'm just looking for the general offset value. We went the wrong direction. Like, we were trying to move back and we couldn't. So it's clearly the wrong direction. So I'm just going to subtract both of them and see if that works. So once again, I am asking you to home this printer. And then we'll run the calibrate Z. Emergency stop is your friend. What on earth is G10? Oh, G101. Simplify 3D. I have no idea. I don't use old slicers. Okay. Oh, I don't have my nozzle heated, but it shouldn't matter. Filament's already squished. It might matter. We'll see. Probably gonna matter. Okay. Ooh. I want to move it back a little bit. I think it was pretty much good to go. Okay, there we go. Now we have our offset. Oh yeah! So, okay, that's really cool. That's actually really cool. Wow. So you have a minus 0.1 offset now in Clipper. Like, it just puts it as a Z offset. Huh. Neat. So what I want to do is just change it so it moves the switch a little bit further back and probably a little bit more to the side, just a little bit. Probably like 1 millimeter. But that's really cool. That's not too much extra time. So let's see. Let's do minus. Find it. Minus, let's do minus 5 and then minus 26. And that should be pretty much spot on. You'll have to dial in your switch offset and Z calibration. Yes, that's what I just did. So we're gonna try it one more time. Then we can try a print with it. Well, hypothetically, I can just go to Z equals 0. And once it does that autos calibration, I should be able to physically measure that before we do a print. So let's set our nozzle to 180. I'll probe at 180 and do calibrate Z one more time. I gotta increase my speed too. It's very, very slow. And this is like fake tap equivalent of precision. Probe samples exceeded tolerance. Okay. Yeah. Is that too hot now? Should it be like 150? Should we go smaller? Don't want your new PI coming. I know. I'm almost like tempted to just grab like a spare plate sometimes and just to do these tests. Try this again. Yeah, it's not liking it. Now, probe samples to see if this is probably where you want to wipe beforehand. Because you have too much junk on the nozzle. I guarantee that's what's happening. And this is why I haven't really used the Z offset, because of how inconsistent. So I tried at 180 and then I backed down to 150 and it still had issues. So let's do a few things to that command. First, I'm gonna do speed. Speed 300 just to speed up a bit. What else can I do for here? Configurations. Samples. Default from probes sample section. Okay. And tolerance default from... Okay, so this is trying to go for like the actual tolerance from... Yeah, that's not a very high tolerance. Speed. Lift speed. We need to do that as well. Probing speed's the same. Okay. Bed mesh. Oh, wrong printer. Okay. So lift speed, let's do 30. I actually want to put that on... Where's my probe? Do I have a probe in here anymore? I don't even know. See, this is the issue when you have so many mods. You have so much stuff, you just don't know where anything is anymore. It's just gone. It's gone from existence. Do I have a probe section? I do. So, oh, my probing speed is 10. So let's do 5 just to be safe, or even less than that. Because that's a little too much, I think. We'll try 5. For the probing speed. If I could find it. Okay, once again, I'm on the wrong printer. Okay, lift speed, and we'll do probe speed at 5, just to be safe, with the lift speed at 30. Okay. Recently started having an issue with that, even with the wipe. Gotcha. I mean, this is going to be the same exact thing with tap. I don't know if the sex bolt will be better. I do have one. Hey, Glendon, how's it going? I do have a spare sex bolt somewhere. That could be more accurate. Like, this is the stock config for, like, the nozzle, or not the nozzle, but the switch pin thing. But let's see if decreasing the speed will change it at all. We'll see. So, I'll try 180. Make sure I switch body. Oh, yeah, I'm reading the wrong thing. You have sex ball in that too? Okay. Alright. From what I can see, the thing I printed is pretty good. The LDO. It's an LDO PCB. It's a PCB. Given that's not really going to mean anything, because the switch is still screwed into the body, but it's seems pretty nice. So at 180C, we're going to try calibrate Z one more time. Alright, moving speed's a lot faster, but I'm now moving at 5 millimeters a second, so it's slower on the initial. I can probably modify my Z save home or something. So it's jumping up by 30 millimeters a second. Yeah, our tolerance is too... I'm gonna have to just manually decrease the tolerance for that test. I'm pretty sure I can. Samples, tolerance. I'm gonna have to change it because it's too precise for clicky, and it's causing issues. So let's change that. What's a good tolerance do you think would be good for that? Samples tolerance 0.001. 0.001 maybe. Let me see what the actual samples I was getting are. So I was getting z equals 0.13, 0.1323, 0.1319. So yeah, 0.001 should be fine. I think it's like 0.0011. Let's see where that's actually listed. What the stock is it under clicky probe maybe? Clicky variables. Where is that tolerance located? Is it in our printer.config? Let's find probe. Oh yeah, samples tolerance is 0.0006. Yeah, that's probably why. I think it's just outside of that range, to be honest. So I'll try 0.01 instead of 0.006. So 10 instead of 6. And see if that helps. I'll change my lift speed too. I think 30 is a bit much, so I'll try 20. Well, I'll do 30. I'll wear out the printer fast. I could probably keep my probing speed at 10. Be consistent. You expand your samples range so many times. I know, and like the amount of samples too. Nice work. Thank you, thank you. And we're not even done. I have back panel though. It's been nice to take pictures because I'll have like some form of panelage. I have my covers too. I want to see what that looks like with that on. So maybe I can preheat my hot end and then do the home wall. Let's see where that is. Yeah, still quite a bit to do with the printer. It's not done, but it is printing. We have printed on this printer. So I have these two things right here. I think it goes like that. It's pretty much invisible. It looks finished. Good. Good. I'm glad it looks finished. So this is gonna. Oh, okay. That goes on like this, and then I can actually have a nice accent piece on here. So this could be a very nice little accent. This. Yeah, that'll seal it. I can have this be whatever color I want, so maybe pink or orange or whatever color. But that doesn't matter too much. I guess it'll be blue, so probably orange. Let me print that in orange, and then that's where my. I'll need a heat set in here. Looks like it. Heat set in one of these. Probably this one back here. Yep. Cool. So I can put that on. You gave me the motivation to organize your printer.config, but not actually do it. So almost the motivation. Don't do too many more colors. Yeah, I was gonna do some purples too. I almost forgot the purples. Alright. Here it is. Moment of truth. Will it work? Calibrate Z. So we're attaching the probe. We are moving over, and we're gonna probe the Z-axis. Sample's too high. Oh yeah, it's 0.34. I think we need to just... You're right, we'll have to keep going on the probe tolerance. Yeah, it exceeded. So let's try like 0.025. Because we are taking the average or we're taking the median? I don't know. Don't know. Are lead screws not moving down at the same rate? Yes, they should be. Almost looks like the rear is coming out faster than the front. That's probably just the camera perspective. because it's a pretty fast lift speed. And I'll do probing speed 5. I'll do at least that. I just want this thing to work. Your Salafort came without your rails? Oh no! Camera asked for 1 second. Your attached dock probe macros are something you miss since you move your big machines to tap. It's cool to watch. Oh yeah, totally. Especially when you increase the speeds. Like the speed that we actually dock our probe at. It's a lot of fun. And that's one of the things I like watching on the printer. But, I mean, tap has its, benefits. I don't have to do any of this. It just works, right? Okay. Let's see. I could probably optimize a lot, but I just want to see if it works. Oh, our temperature went down. Oh, no. Oh, it worked. And, oh, the opposite direction. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, wrong direction. Wrong direction. We're about to probe that bed. Oof. Let's see. Okay, right direction for... I think the X is fine at this point. I should probably do a Z-tilt calibrate at some point. Anyway. Probably a little too much, honestly. Okay, so let's do this then. Go back to the config. And we'll do a... I guess it doesn't matter for this test. Only sort of matters. So I'll do -4. I'll just keep it how it was. It was probably fine as is. So -3 for the X, and then I was at -24. I need to go the other direction, so -22. Okay. Oh, and then I can actually do something cool. So I'll show you guys a trick in Clipper. So this is very, very neat. So if I go to my printer.config, and I go to my macros, there's this right here. So I have a set temperature heater, sorry, set heater temperature, heater equals extruder, target equals blah. So this will set a temperature, just as if you're setting it in your console, but it won't actually wait for it. So it's the same thing as the G whatever command, but it's just a different way of doing it. And you have a temperature wait command too, so you can wait for it to actually hit that temperature. But a minimum, this is the difference, has a minimum temperature. So if it's already there, it won't try to hit it, but it'll wait until it's over that temperature. You put macros. That's stock Clipper. It's stock Voron settings. It's weird, isn't it? So what I can do is go to my calibrate, and honestly, it's really nice that they're all in here because I can scroll to the bottom. I can go into here and after my attached probe, I can do this. I can do heater temperature wait, and then I can do 180. I don't know what temperature I should actually probe at, but we'll do 180. And then I'll set it to a minimum of 180. Or I can have it set to a minimum of like 150. So by the time it actually, probes. So it'll have a set point of 180, but then wait until it's a minimum of 150 to continue. I love that. And yeah, it's probably another command, but I like stuff spelt out like that because it's easier for me to read. So now when I do a home and then do calibrate Z, you should see that it Of course, it'll do this probe dry, but that's fine. Just getting a rough estimate. Okay. Yeah, see, it sets to 180. But then it'll probably move, and I'll let you know, but it'll probably move after it hits 150. You're gonna be new to Clipper. Are there default values in the config file? Yes, there are. The config file can get kind of messy really fast. Yeah, so hit 150 and then it started going. And by the time it probes, it'll hit 180. Neat. But yeah, it comes with stock configs. You should be... Oh, dear. That's not going to work. My Z is way too tilted. Oops. The bed is, like, slanted down. And it was hitting the front of the self-burner. So let's just run a quick Z tilt. And then I'll do that. Calibrate Z. But the best thing to do, honestly, is ask questions, because everyone's Clipper config is going to be different. And sometimes I honestly don't trust the manufacturers or the stock one. At this point, like, there's been some stuff that's just weird. Either, like, way too slow for some things, even too fast in some cases. Prints from Dan & Co. Nice. Alright, so do a quick C tilt. And now it's gonna... Yeah, okay. It's gonna do this. What did it do? I have no idea what it did. It homed Z. Oh, it did... Okay, it homed Z before attaching the probe. That's probably necessary, but... That's okay. It's gonna be all new and fun to learn. It will be. I have fun with Clipper, because you can make it your own. You can kind of tinker with it, but then you don't have to. Once you get it working, you can just leave it working. It's not just gonna break on you. It shouldn't. Okay. That worked. That's pretty good. It's hitting the position in a reasonable spot. And there we go. It calculated an offset. Okay, yep. It calculated an offset. Then, in Clipper, I now have an offset. See? This is my actual Z offset. Pretty neat. Now, I think this is a very important next step, because that's my physical offset. I still need a manual offset. Calculate switch offset. So, how do I do that? Resetting calibration can be done by doing G code set Z equals 0, okay. Position Z unstop. So how does this work? Like, what happens when I need to baby step the Z? That's the only... That's the only thing. Oh, I'm looking for... Okay, so I'm printing. How do I actually get my offset? Because this is just a physical offset. Like, what if I need to baby step it? Will that save it in there? Or... Oops. Or do I have to do something different? Once you set it, you don't have to baby step. Really? It's that accurate? You find it's that good? But like, okay, all right, I'll believe you because I have different offsets versus what material I'm running. So if I'm running like, it won't save. You organize your printer config. Nice. It actually doesn't take that much time. I have a, well, I'm not gonna show you, but I have a specific way I like to organize it. Okay. Neat. So hypothetically, if I have I have that heated. My bed wasn't heated, but that's okay. It's a relative offset. I should be able to go to z equals 0.1. Oof, that is close. Oh, no, actually. Yeah, 0.1 has a gap, and z equals 0 has a slight gap on it. It's a very slight gap. So yes, hypothetically, well, it's an offset, so I guess the bed doesn't have to be. No, the bed will. You will want the bed. Trying to think. I don't think it'll matter. I don't think it'll matter if you probe it at temp or not at temp, because it's just an offset. No, yeah, when I'm actually printing, I'll have to probe it with the bed at 60°C, or whatever the bed temp is, which it'll do automatically anyway. So you want to do a test print with this? You want to do a test print? See if it works. Do one test print, and we'll call it. I'll zoom this way in. And I know it's been tilted. Probably driving you guys crazy. Oops, wrong way. Right way. There we go. Look at that. I'll lock right on the toolhead too. And I'll try to commentate as I go. You're making me nervous? You should be. You should be. That's alright. If this fails, I'll just grab I'll buy an LDO bed. Sorry, not LDO, West 3D black bed. Okay, so I have a set point for 180 for the nozzle, or for the extruder. I do that regardless of what material I'm doing. You want to see all your config? Nah, you don't. No, you don't. I mean, my config is literally just what's in the Voron. Actually, it's the LDO config, because theirs is slightly different, but same thing. Just the stock octopus config. So it's heating up the bed to 60. This bed heats up fast. Like, this is a 500 watt bed or something like that. Is it 5 or 600 watt? It's a 600 watt bed, limited down to 0.6 of that, because that's the stock configuration. So whatever 600 times 0.6 is. I like it. I'm already liking this more than the 2.4. I don't know. It's something about the fixed gantry. I just like it better. Call me crazy. Call me crazy. Do it. Unless you need the size, I don't know why you'd go for a 2.4. I mean, 2.4 is an amazing machine too. Like, they're both really cool. Oh. Oh, dear. That home the X without doing a Z, oof. Yeah, I got a little bit of line on that PEI. Yikes. Yikes, why did it do that? Why is it not Z? Lift Z. I guess it should never be at that low, but still, it should Z pop, right? Z safe home? No, not Z safe home. I don't know. It's weird. Heat sets for this bottom panel. Okay. Now it's just so I've camp installed, so it's only probing the area that I need. It's still 60. It's still 600 watts, only on 6% of the time. It was too low. Probably need to adjust the switch offset. Well, no, I measured it. It just didn't. The bed didn't move down. It's supposed to move down. Hey, numeric. Okay. This is the moment of truth. I don't think anything's bad's gonna happen, but I'll emergency stop just in case. So it's doing its purge. It looks like it's at around the right distance. I did a Z see now it does a Z offset of 0.038. So the Z offset has changed a bit. I don't know if that's because I heated the bed, but I'd like to see how that varies. Actually. Can't see because this damn tool is too big. Oh, I don't have any nozzle lights. Oh, I never installed the nozzle light nozzle stuff, or the lighting macros. Do I even have them plugged in? It's a good point. Headlight? What is headlight? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I don't have that engaged. There we go. That's better. So preliminarily, not enough squish. Yeah. So it looks like, because I have reduced flow. So that's the issue with these auto Z offsets, is that I'm running a reduced flow. It's not going to have the right squish. Saw it dual moving 20% faster and RG was engaged. Ha! Right? It probably did. Oh man. Oh, how hot it wasn't. I have no idea. Yeah, there we go. This is not the first watch truck this printer has made. No. I think this one was. I think this was the first one it made. And then I think this is the second one it made or something like that. I've already printed a couple. Like, it's a functional test. It's how I usually dial in my Z offset. So I can immediately tell on this one. Well, okay, one of two things. Either my my flow is actually off and I need to adjust it. Or, well, my E-steps are off, like some combination of that. That's probably what that's telling me, right? So we can see that. But once this is done, I'll be able to kind of tell. Z quality, it seems pretty dang good on this. What am I running for speeds? I have no idea. 7K Excel for travel. And I'm running a 50% Excel to decel. 100% fan for PLA. But, I mean, that works. I like that. The only thing I can see causing issue is very minor inconsistencies with filament buildup. But, hypothetically, that's the same exact way that you're probing for tap, right? You're just squishing filament. But I think tap might be better because it puts more force on the PEI, so it forces more squish, right? This is only activating a end stop, and it's stopping. So maybe probing faster would be better because it's doing more squish. How's it printing? It's printing fine, actually. I printed off this today without any tuning, actually, I haven't run input shaper on this yet. But yeah, we printed off this guy in Polymaker dual tool Polyterra. What is it focused on? Like way in the back? There we go. Jeez. Yeah, I did this today. I love the dual colors because, like, look at that. That side's that color, that side's that color. And in the middle, like, depending on which way you look at it, it's mixed. Dual color is so trippy to look at in real life. So, I've already managed to do this today. It's like, I'll just do a random long test print, like 5-hour print, no big deal. No big deal. So we're currently, well, we activated the auto Z offset because that's something that I originally was very interested in. That's like the first thing I wanted to do when I got my 2.4 is like, oh man, I'm gonna get this sex bolt set up with the clicky and I'm gonna do auto offset. I never did. But now that I know how to, I'll probably try it again. Tap center is more consistent, and you only probe with one switch, not two switches 3 times. Yep. Yep. That's... For speed-wise, it's definitely better. For, like, initial startup. But I don't care if my startup procedure takes an extra minute if my print's going to be 5 or 6 hours, or 10 hours, or 2 days. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. What is relevant, though, is, like, a fast print. If I need something really quick. If that's the case, then I'll probably want a manually leveled bed or something with a very, like, without even a bed mesh, just like a nozzle probe or like a BL touch, something like that. Just because you can probe once and then you're good. Polymaker needs to offer more 3 kgs. 3 kg is big. Not many people actually want 3 kg, as far as I'm aware. But yeah, the future of this printer, I don't know. I'll probably end up leaving it working until it doesn't. So who knows how many years that's going to be. PCB clicky, I don't think it's necessary for this. It would be a good upgrade. But I don't think it would be even like an upgrade at that point. It would just be another thing to have. The idlers, again, those are probably unnecessary, but I will be switching over to the Ramas because I'm not happy with the print quality on those. I kind of did it last minute and I didn't have good settings, so I'll be using this lovely system. If I can figure out how it works. There we go, just like that. So this will be here instead of those chunky, the chunky stock ones. Like, look how much different that looks. In my opinion, that's significantly better. And then on this side right here, it'll look like this kinda. I like it better. Functionality, it should be a bit better, but it wouldn't be enough of a major difference, honestly, to like need to switch over. It's more of a, you probably should do this when you're building the printer, but you should only do it if you have issues that you might have. And I guess this is a potential issue with this printer, but this is held on with a screw, so this could tilt a little bit and your front idler could be slightly tilted. I don't think it's that common, but it is a potential issue, and that's what that Rama's idlers, they help solve if you have that issue. Otherwise, I think it's fine. Switch to Ramas when you move your Trident. They have less room for adjusting the belt tension, but they're not only lower profile, but look. Oh yes, that's what I mean. They look better. Like, that's what I'm saying. It looks on par for what I expect out of a printer like this. Maybe less round and more like angled, kind of like the tool head, but it looks good. Actually, off with this. This is snagging from having this come up. Weird. I feel like this should come up more in the back. Too much of a gap right here. Oh, but there we go. There is our swatch truck. Stuck on there. Yeah, definitely not enough squish. So how do I adjust that? So that's the issue that I'm wondering about right now, is how do I adjust the offset when my nozzle is consistent? Because we just don't have, well, do we have enough squish? I don't know. Definitely not here. Maybe I'm just going too fast. Maybe that's what I can do, is slow down my first layer. Honestly. Because it's not bad. It's honestly pretty much perfect. But slightly under extruded. Change the switch offset value to be slightly larger, more squish. Oh, so that's consistent then. That offset value is consistent. Oh, so that is how you say. Okay, that's what I was asking, if there's a way to save it. So that's exactly what I need to do. I need to go into printer.config and change that. Because I noticed when I was at z equals 0, I wasn't actually touching the bed. So that's what I'll do. So right now it's at 0.46. So we need to increase that value, I believe. Larger value will move the... Must be manually... Okay, alright. Gotcha. So what should I change it to? 0.46? I usually increase stuff by like 0.01. 0.1 is quite a bit. I would say 0.5. From 0.46 to 0.5. That's the next thing to test. So I'm going to keep running this test with these settings. Is this the old version? Oh yeah, this is an older sliced version. Probably freeze up the screen a little bit because I'm in my slicer. Only one wall and top surfaces. Okay. I'm going to go with a slightly slower first layer speed. Let's do 80, 50, 80, or even like 60. I don't know. I don't like fast first layers. I never have. And then let's print a swatch truck. What do we want to print a Benchy? Let's print a Benchy. That'll be a pretty good first layer test. I'll just let it go overnight. 30-minute Benchy. Okay. With my stock settings. Not a speed Benchy, but like a... Ooh, this has way too much infill. 40%. Oh, okay. This is... I accidentally saved my... I do this a lot. I save my swatch truck settings by accident. There we go. We'll see if everything works. And then we can do the... residence compensation test. That one I'll need to do a little bit of installation because I'm using the LDO special probe. So that is something that I'll need to set up. It's not like a quick kind of just work thing. But I'll be easily able to just take off this lower sheet. You can't see, but I'll be able to take this off and then go right into there and do everything that I need, then put it back on. So that is kind of nice. I'm really liking that. I like it. We have a little bit of filament off of there. I can kind of see what it's doing. So it's squishing it a bit. What is my temp at? I like how it goes like there and then back. It's doing a few unnecessary moves. It definitely is. This can be optimized, especially distance. But for now, working is about all I want. So our okay, we're very, very consistent on our probe right now. That's good. And then we're at temp. So we're at 0.038. Let's see what it is now. Well. Oh, our Z offset's gone. Oh, no, there it is. So now we're at 0.81. So more squish. Even more squish now. Which is exactly what we needed. We needed a little more squish. So what I probably could have done, and this is actually probably the best way of calibrating this, is run your first layer and then baby step. And then the difference that you baby step, that's how much your probe offset needs to change. That's my guess. Otherwise, that's a pretty cool macro. I like it. I do. I think it works pretty well. It's just we'll see how it handles different materials, because that's been my main issue for any type of offset is every time I switch materials, my offset is slightly different. So I'm wondering if that is a material settings issue or if that's a hardware issue. Like, you know, nozzle expansion, etc. if I'm heating up to a higher temperature. But we'll see how this does. Looks decent. And the really nice thing about so if I switch nozzles, what happens? What happens? Is this able to switch? Oh, it's not focusing anymore. Am I able to switch nozzles with this? Would that work? I mean, technically, yeah. Right? No. Would it be able to change nozzles? Does that work? Revo? No. No, I have a high flow HUD on this. Rapido. So maybe a little too much squish. So somewhere in between those values would be good. And again, I'd have to do like a repeatability test and see if it... You can switch nozzles or plates and it recalculates. Trying to see how does... Yeah, it's just... So it calculates the difference. So what's confusing me is I'm setting a manual squish. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So it's just taking the edge of the distance, and I'm adding a bit. Yeah, I'm adding a bit of difference, and that's my consistency, is after the nozzle. So yeah, I can change the nozzle out without having to worry about it. That's always been an issue. Because if you have a slightly longer one, then you could just easily plow into your bed. So as a safety standpoint, I like it. It adds a little bit of time, but it adds a little bit of extra security. Bed, you can always change the bed with any system. But yeah, Auto Z. The Benchy is already looking pretty dang clean. You tend to have good luck switching. Yeah, so texture to smooth. We'll see. I'll test that too. Hey, Sheldon, how's it going? We are currently doing some initial test prints / calibrations for the Trident. I'll be stopping at a few. I have to go to bed eventually, but I wanted to, while you guys were here, and thank you so much for helping get that set up. Just being able to talk to someone who has had a little bit of experience. Sometimes there's those random questions that I just don't know, and it's great to ask in person. So thank you. I appreciate you guys for being here. It's always a pleasure. My pleasure. I could just do this by myself. And while it is fun, I had, a lot of fun building this by myself, or maybe I was in a Discord hangout. I tend to hang out in the Voron Discord when I'm building these, or one of the other Discords. It's definitely fun. I've had a very, very fun experience building this. I don't know why. Maybe because I had the experience already, but I had more fun building this than the 2.4. Because I had all the parts just ready to be used. The LDO kit was very organized, so it was a more fun experience. I would be interested in a LDO 2.4, but the 350. I would be interested in that because there are some mods you can do on that I might look into, like the conveyor belt mod. Of course, there's tap changer, but I don't know if I would actually do that. And having a larger printer that's enclosed would be nice as well. Because 300, as nice as that is, sometimes 350 is a good size. There's some stuff I just can't print on a 300. And my simple core is not really enclosed. I can enclose it, but it's not the easiest to enclose. Well, meaning I don't have really panels for it. I can close it. I've had it closed. I printed most of my 2.4 parts on it, but it's just a pain. How loud is that printer? Well, let me turn off my noise canceling, and I'll let you take a listen. Alright, so noise canceling should be off. Let me know if you can hear anything. Not that bad. It's not that bad. But the difference in noise between the 0.9 steppers and the 1.8 steppers, I believe the 1.8s sound their lower frequency. That's what I've noticed. It's not that bad. I wouldn't be able to sleep it within the same room, and you can hear it in different parts of the house, but you kind of like get used to it. So hopefully you're able to hear a little bit of what I'm hearing. I'll turn that back on. But it's not nearly as bad as some of the olden day drivers, whatever those are called. Not nearly as bad as those that I had on like one of my monoprice printers. So no, thank you, seriously, thank you guys for being here. I'm not an expert. I'm clearly not an expert at this. A lot of what I do is I get help from the community. I get help from Kyle. I have to ask questions. There's no way I'd be able to do this by myself. So thank you guys for helping with this and making sure I'm always on the right track and calling out issues as soon as you see them. Very quickly, sometimes, actually. Or completely ignoring issues, and then we go through all these troubleshooting steps, and there's something that just chat didn't catch. Like, chat, you should have caught that. You should have caught the issue. Alright, so I'll probably reprint this part so it's not blue. Might look good to be a accent piece. There we go. That'll be good if it's an accent. It needs an accent. A wild Benchy appeared. Yes, we're doing a Benchy. We're testing our first layer squish. Hoping you're trying to build this fast. You can get this done in a weekend if you built a Voron before and you know what you're doing. If you have all the stuff laid out. So if you have an LDO kit, probably like a weekend plus maybe a few extra days. If you're, spending the whole day doing it. Having a night ramp. Thank you for stopping by. But if you have any questions, make sure to check out the Polymaker Discord in the custom printer section. Enter wires of Voron. Yeah, that's similar. Very similar. Once you built one, even like most custom printers, they're all the same. They're all the same. Just different belt pathing. And different motor mounts. And different idlers. Alright, so first impressions, cooling bad. Cooling bad. We don't have it oriented ideally. I think it should be the other way. But it's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's just that I wouldn't trust this for fast printing with large overhangs. Only thing you're worried about is cracking and belt tensioning. Belt tensioning? I eyeballed it. I completely eyeballed it. And we're printing fine. So if you spend the time to just follow the quick guide, you'll be fine. In terms of cracking, that's depending on how well you print your parts and what material you use. So a lot of I've had some complaints about a lot of ABS Plus materials. Some of their formulas are great for printing, but terrible for actual use. So you have to be very careful of which materials you use. If you're unsure, just use an ASA. But at the minimum, I would recommend Polymaker's ABS because it is great. It is good stuff. Very good stuff. And I personally find it to be very low VOC. Obviously, use your own judgment, but if you're looking to pick up some filament, I have to recommend Polymaker. And they did sponsor this printer, full disclosure. So they did send over the filament for it. Given they send over me a lot of filament for random things, but that's a different story. I just have to mention it. But I would buy this, and I have purchased many spools of Polymaker because it's good stuff. Great stuff. Dan's printed them for you? Gotcha. Yeah, that... If I could pay for printer parts... As far as it is to print parts, like, it's nice to have a full set of printed parts. The only thing is if you are getting a printer with pre-printed parts, buy the filament. Have the filament on hand. You're gonna want to print parts off for it. You're gonna want to do something. Will they send filament for zombie underwire? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. And while we still have a couple people watching before I end this, if you are attending Murph as a maker, in about a month, please reach out to me. I would like to just chat about what kind of projects you're bringing. And that's about all I'll say for that, so just reach out. But walls on here looking pretty dang phenomenal. I'm noticing a very, very slight-ish, not issue, but slight amount of inconsistent extrusion on longer walls, but it's not bad. It's like, that's nitpicking. It's nitpicking. Good morning! We're actually about to head out, but feel free to watch this boat print for a few more minutes, and I'm just gonna call it. And what should I print overnight? Overnight. It's like halfway through the night. What should I print for the rest of the night? There we go. Any color, any model, any single color model. What should I print? Beautiful machine. Thank you, thank you. We spent, this is our third stream showing building it, but of course we've spent, you know, a little bit of time on it. So that's what the whole thing looks like if you are just tuning in for the first time. I actually need to zoom out a bit. Apologize for the camera work. There we go. So that is what it looks like. I have my screen mounted upside down, so I'll have to reorient that. And the touch screen is not working, so it's displaying this stuff, but I can't actually interact with it, so I'll have to figure out what's going on with that. If you have any suggestions, please let me know, but I'm running off of a Raspberry Pi. I was planning on using the Big Tree Tech Pi, but it doesn't support standard screens, just the SPI screen. So I'll use it on a different build where I can use that TFT35 SPI. I could probably get a mount for it for this one, but at this point it's all built and it's just working, so I'm gonna leave it. I'll leave it alone. Printed chubby T-Rex dino. I have many of IK3D's models. I'm actually his Patreon, and I have a handful. I could though. That would be a good test. It would be. Extraction board. Now something kind of big, reasonably big, like a 8-hour print or 10-hour print. Is this the Bamboo Labs lower model? This printer? Oh, PUMP? No, this is a Voron Trident. This is a custom printer. Print one piece of a rook. Well, that would be like 5 minutes worth. I guess I could print like a lower. I do have to print off rook parts actually, but I don't have the files yet. We're still working on them. Oh, now we got everyone coming in. Everyone's waking up. This is why I stream this late, by the way. Because who in chat is just waking up? What time is it for you? If you can tell me. Because it's very late for me, but I know a lot of people in the world don't have this type of stream to go to. 9 AM? Yeah. What screen? This is the BTT TFT 43 or something like that. It's the one with the big ribbon cable. 9 AM, 11 o'clock. I'm guessing in the morning? Yep, 11 PM, 8 AM. Oh wow, so a pretty good mix of people who are just waking up and then being to go to bed. Yeah, Sebastian, you're early bird. Awesome. Yeah, it's difficult because I want to try to end my streams around 1 a.m. I like to go around to 1 a.m. When I'm not doing something like this. So like a typical stream, I'll try to end around 1 a.m. But as I've upped my hard stop to around 2 a.m. So at 2 a.m. I really evaluate, okay, do I need to keep streaming or not? 1 a.m. Pacific. 1 a.m. Pacific. I mean, honestly, what? That's 11 a.m. Pacific or 11 p.m. Pacific. That's not too bad. Like a lot of people stay up to that time. So, all right, a lot of these short walls, they're looking pretty good. Very, very, very mild extrusion issues on the. I mean, I don't have input shaper yet either. That's not really going to change too much, I wouldn't think, but very, very slight. Maybe even like a minimum layer time thing. I don't know. Let's see. Let's look at my print, and because this is not a speed benchy, although I am printing it in like 30 minutes. This is a full-on like regular setting benchy. So let me share my screen. I'll show you this. The color scheme worked out well. Thank you. I think it did too, and it's not even done. I might change up some stuff. Like I might change like this piece right here to a different color. That might look good. I might change the clicky dock to a different color. Like I might just like throw some color at different places to kind of mix it up. But for now it's working, so I'll leave it. Warn you when it's perfect EU time. I think they'll be around like 11 o'clock Eastern or Pacific. 11 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Pacific. Essentially, the best time to stream is when everyone in the West Coast United States can watch your stream. So around 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning, West Coast. So for me, that'll be around 12 to 1 p.m. So, yeah, typically, Steve will stream at 1 on Sundays, 1 p.m. of my time. So it's like 10 o'clock his time, which is perfect. You have to wake up, have breakfast, and then get everything ready and go start streaming. So if you're looking for time slots and when to stream, then that could be the time for you. But then you have to worry about there's only so many people that can stream at the same time, and one of the reasons why I stream this late is because no one else is on this late. So I'm able to catch anyone who's looking for someone to watch about 3D printing. Not many other people stream this late for like building printers specifically. Some people print stuff, but not many people are building printers. Camera's back. $2,200. Nero streams early. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have a job, so that is his job, technically. And that's great. It's nice to have different options, too, for streams, because sometimes I might be really busy during the day. Sometimes I might be completely dead, and I need something to watch. Touch function. Okay, alright, thank you. No, I literally just built. I built this today. I plugged in this screen today. I have not done any of the config, so I've done nothing. Literally nothing. Like Jay, right? I've done nothing. What was I doing? Okay, I was sharing something. Oh yeah, I was sharing the benchy. So let's go in here and go screen share. So I'm noticing right about here, this section right here, it definitely seems a little more rough. So right here. So let's see if I go to speed, if it's anything different. So that speed's reduced. It looks like this is darker, but I can't really tell. Let's look at flow. Flow is all the same. Okay. Layer time. Layer time. So this is... I don't know for sure, but it's between 1 second and like 6 seconds. But it's pretty dark, so this is pretty quick, right? So this section's really quick. And then it gets clean above here. So this section right here starts to become a little more clean. So I'm guessing this dark blue, where the print looks the worst, is a minimum layer time issue. So it's either a cooling issue, you know, not enough cooling, or, well, yeah, it's a cooling issue. So if I was to slow this down, increase this minimum layer time, which right now it is at, oh yeah, 0 seconds. There you go. That's your issue. I have no minimum layer time on here. I had set minimum print speed of 20 seconds. I think this was because I was running a test and I have to reset it, which it doesn't show you that it's changed. Wait, did I save it like that? Oh yeah, there we go. So it's saved like this. That's the issue. So what's a good minimum layer time for a printer like this? I'm just gonna say like 8 seconds. I think that's stock. Minimum print speed 20, that's fine. And 100% cooling with this printer for sure. No cooling for the first layer. No setting overrides, nothing. Okay, my flow right now is at 0.935. Because I am printing a little faster, I've increased my flow to compensate. And I think that's working out well for me. So that's the issue. So if I reslice this, this lower section has jumped up to 2.4, and I'll probably get a better print. But I might have to increase it or decrease even more because the front was kind of sagging a bit. So this is how you can use a Benchy to actually calibrate some of your settings. Yes, Benchies can have some use, some good use. Personally, I don't like Benchies that much because I feel like they're a little bit useless. But it is a nice little test print. It is pretty quick. It can be quick. And it's a great comparison tool. Like, I can compare this against, you know, like this Benchy. Like, this was printed so terribly. But I can compare, like, Benchy to Benchy and see, okay, well, this one has better details here. Maybe the text is washed out here. Maybe this one has worse overhangs. So, it's a great comparison tool. 10K downloads for the clip. I remember when it was at 5K. Wow. That was crazy. Yeah, Pezliz, it's like almost 2 o'clock. It's past 2 o'clock for you. You should go to bed. You never printed a bench? You don't need to. You don't need to. There's nothing that... Like, everything that I'm doing on here, I can do on other test prints. Or, just look at a print and say, okay, well, I need more cooling here. Yeah, you can measure stuff with calipers, but calipers are useless. Because that's just flow calibration. That has nothing to do with cooling and nothing to do with looks. Calipers can't tell you how a print looks. So, for me, I mean, okay, I'm looking at... I'll show you this. I might just wait for this to finish because there are some sections on here that look really flawless. Like, almost flawless. Without input shaping. We do not have input shaping yet on this thing. Is there a stock value set? Like, I don't think anything... There's nothing. There's no input shaping, is there? That's crazy. sometimes a configuration will come with input shaping enabled with some like random values, but I don't think this does. And when people say, "Oh, I don't run input shaping," well, the reason why is that you probably don't need it. You don't need input shaping. You don't. Looks like we actually have too much push in our first layer. It's weird. Oh, I have no elfin split compensation on. That's also why. Well, let's fix that. I run 0.2 usually. I wonder if precise wall helps too. I want to do some testing with precise wall and see if that actually has a noticeable difference. You need to put shaping. Keeps you warm at night. Alright, this is the real test right here. Looking at these overhangs. A little bit sagging. But yeah, not too bad. You know, still pretty good. It suffers at about a 95% overhang. Input shaper seems to be the key to some success of the printers you want to see. I am printing with metallic silver PLA Pro. One of my favorite filaments from them, Polymaker. Because I don't have any panels on. Although tomorrow I'll have, well, I'll do that overnight. I'm gonna print off my clips. You want to see a difference? Yeah, okay. It can be very, very drastic. But on something like a rook, the rook doesn't need input shaping. It just doesn't. There's almost no master moving around. Rook with a direct drive toolhead does benefit from input shaping, but even then, yeah, you don't see much. So in a situation like this, do you just like toss the filament? Literally like this much left. If I had a bamboo, I could run this through and it would switch spools, but yeah, this isn't even like sample quantity. It's not even like a samples amount. Oh, that's what I should do. I have a package to send someone, and I should send them a bunch of samples. That's what I should do. Bunch of samples. Give that to your Barbie's reprint. Yeah, I mean... I could. But again, this isn't like... I wonder how much filament this is actually. How much would I waste if I was to toss this? Do I have an accurate enough scale for that? A way of measuring it. What's my scale? Around here, editors. Let's see. How much filament is this? You keep it, test filament guides or small spacers. Well, I have like a wall of filament behind me, and that's not like bragging. That's saying that I don't really have a need for this little tiny bit of filament. To me, this is minuscule. Because I have another full spool of this. But for someone else, yes, it could totally make sense to save. So it looks like 6 grams. Like less than 10 grams, so like 6 grams of filament. Yes, you could print something like 3D Printies. What does he call them those? But like the thing I turned a ball into. A Kinrog, hey, how's it going? we're trying to leave, but we keep getting distracted. We're having too much fun here. Yeah, so 6 grams of filament. That's into the trash. Think of the children. I know. I could have thought of the children. I could have thought. Even my fold, even this thing matches this printer. I'll just leave this on here. John getting pretty. Thank you. Yeah, and this is just a test print, right? We're doing test prints right now, and it's printing really freaking good. I'm happy. Happy how it looks. I'm happy with I'm happy with the amount of people that actually like this color scheme. I've had some people be like, really? Those colors? I love it, except for the orange. Like, the orange has gotta go. Man, orange is what makes it. Especially these skirts, I'm glad I went with all orange. It just looks so good. Go to bed? I know. This is why the West Coast is gonna fall into the ocean? Oh no. So I need another spool of orange then. Oh, do I have any? Do I have any? That's a good question. Do I have any? Purple. I have purple for days. Do I have any orange? Okay, I do. I have another spool. I don't know if I ordered it. I might have ordered it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I ordered it because... wait. Oh, this is PLA Pro. Oh, no. This is PLA Pro. Oh, no. Do I not have any more orange? Did I only ever get one spool of orange? Oh, yeah. I got some test ABS. Some pop green ASA, so pop colors. I don't think I have any more orange. I have like so much purple. So much purple. I gotta get some more orange. I'm all out. I think I only had one spool and I printed a swatch truck in it. And a bunch of stuff. And I did have some failures, like you know, I had these. This is clearly not the right size for this printer. But you want to see the benchy? Let's see. So squish levels. There is a bit of elephant's foot, but yeah, too much squish. So okay, I can just show you a bit too much squish on here. This is on the smooth. There we go. So what I'll have to do is go into the... I'll show you the rest, but this is what I'm talking about. The low, I guess it all kind of has that the same look. But you see how there's kind of a band? It's hard to see. I can't really get too much closer. But you see how there is a band like right here-ish? Very, very difficult to see. But there's a faint band right there. You know what that corresponds to? That corresponds to the layer time. So that's where the layer time is increased. Yeah, a little bit of inconsistent extrusion. Okay, it does look worse under the light. Of course, we need way more cooling on here. Way more cooling. But, and you can see some ringing. You see the ringing on the front hull? So yeah, it is doing a little bit of ringing. Overhang's pretty decent. Smokestack looks pretty good. Top surface is slightly under extruded actually. So the deck has some slightly under extruded parts. I'll have to, you know, again, this is something that you hypothetically will print, and then you spend some time dialing it in. But I mean, this is a lot of material to print for this type of thing. For practically no calibration to be happy. Oh, I'm very happy. Yeah. I'm extremely happy. And I'm slowly going into the calibration process. Very slowly. Very, very slowly. A thing here or two. I'm very interested in seeing if this is going to be a consistent offset. That'll be fun to look at. But overall, like, what do you guys think? Are we good? I might print So I'm out of orange. What color should I print these clips in? It's either blue or pink. So blue would be the correct color to print them in. But I could do pop pink too. What do you say? I have orange ones in the back. Blue. Cool. Yep, that's what I was gonna do. I was I showing blue? my blue is quite sad as well. Gray. Oh my god, I have to go with gray. So much purple. I have so much purple. Should I just do purple? Like, purple clips at this point? It's like dark purple. That might actually look good if I was to do purple clips in the outside. Do I have any as a sample? I have so much purple, I should probably use it. This is Galaxy? This is ABS purple. Not even the right purple. There it is. Here. So that will be this color right here. No. No, it's too similar. Too similar. To be right on the extrusion, it's too similar. I didn't use this in that build for that specific reason. I could do dark blue. This is teal right now on the printer. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know. So I have probably like 100 grams or so, probably less of this. That's not enough for the clips. And then I'm out of orange. Sunset yellow. That will be the ABS. I do have yellow, yeah. Actually, what other colors do go into Outrun? So if I Google this is the generalized theme here. So it's like this. There we go. This is the general theme. So yeah, like we're looking at like orange, not necessarily yellow. I would put more focus on orange, but yes, a little bit of like deep orangish yellows, like sunset yellow. So this is the theme. This is the theme. So right now we have a teal. Some of them are closer, but like we have the teal. We have kind of this color as the magenta, like kind of like this color-ish. And then we have the purple frame. What's the other color? Oh, then we have orange. Red? I don't see a lot of red in these. Like this picture. This says it all. Like this one right here. Galaxy black. Yeah, technically it could be PLA. It could. Yeah, you know what? Black would be perfect. Because black goes with everything. And I can print that on this printer. I think yellow might look a little bit out of place. Maybe a little bit out of place. Oh, do I have regular teal? Is regular teal the same color? Galaxy gray? I could do gray. I could. I would rather do black, since I already have a lot of colors going on. Lime green. Lime green, I think, is one of the only colors that's not necessarily in this color palette. It's like not. But yeah, there is a lot of this yellow. So I've replaced my yellow with kind of orange instead. So yeah, hypothetically we could go with yellow. Could do yellow. Let me see how that looks. I'll see what that looks like, and I'll give you my instant yes or no on it. If I can find it. I got 10,000 yellows. Scientifically, I got all the yellows to do some scientific tests. For science, you know? That's ASAL, that's actually too close to yellow. Too much of a real yellow color. Lime green. Here it is. Yeah, so this is what that would look like. And you know what? It does match. It does match almost perfectly. So, what I could do is add another color to this color scheme and kind of, you know, throw some random yellow around. So I could do all my clips in like yellow. Also, does someone have a single piece clip that they were going to share with me? Who had that single like printed place clip? I can give that a shot too. This is the ABS. The ASA, I'm not going to pull up. The ASA is way more yellow than this. This is like almost orange. Yellow. Here, I'll grab it. It's right here. But this is the ASA yellow. This is like rubber duck yellow-ish, lemon yellow. But this is the regular Polymaker yellow, which is a very orange tint. And there's a reason why there's this debate about yellow. You prefer the filament clips? Oh, okay. I'll just print those then. It's not too bad. Yeah, this one is too yellow to use, I think. I don't know, actually. Oh, man. It's close. I could use either. Which yellow do I use, chat? Because, hypothetically, it's actually the more yellow, but this one... Pick one. You guys pick. The regular. Which one's the regular yellow? Which one? What's regular yellow? Nixon hop on the stream and we're like, oh my god, is he really talking about yellow? The darker fits better. Yeah, this one. ABS, okay, yeah. That's what I was thinking too. Definitely. I gotta use it for something, right? Perfect. Well, I already have the G-code loaded. I will just print that off on the 2.4. So remember, folks, when you're printing printers, when you're building printers, and you're printing the parts for those printers, make sure to always have a spare printer that's capable of printing parts for that printer. Always. It's not a suggestion, it's a requirement. You will need to print more parts. You will need to print them quick. Sunset. Cool, cool. So we'll get that going. I have all my settings kind of in place. Oh god, what are those called? Oh, actually, I need a different one now. So these were the 3mm clips for 1mm of panel thickness, or not panel thickness, but a foam thickness. Now I'm going with 3mm foam, so I need the 5mm clips. Does that sound right? 5mm clips for increased 2mm. You're printing silver parts on your Voron. Oh, nice. What color are you doing? Or add it. Print your linear rail stops out of the yellow too. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like little things, little like accent bits. Like this part could be yellow up here. That would look good. I can, when I reprint the tool head, I can throw some yellow on, just like a splash, just like a thing here and here. This piece can be yellow. Some random accent pieces can be yellow. So that's the whole goal of this printer, is to kind of print it and then like change stuff off as needed, or as it makes sense. Oh, also the clicky can be yellow. A lot of little things can be yellow. Cool. Another light blue. Oh my god. No, we have enough blue on this printer already. I'd be lying if I remembered what filament click size needed. Well, I have 3mm clips for 1mm thick foam. Are my panels thinner? Is that the thing? Are these panels thinner than these panels? Oh, they are. No, they're the same thickness. Yeah, same thickness. So I'm gonna guess. I'm about to guess here and print some. But I think overnight I'm gonna do a really big. Okay, here's what we'll do overnight on this printer. Let's print one of. Where'd it go? Let's do one of these. I want a big one in a strong material. Maybe like Polymax PLA. What do you think? Really big version of this. You did 5mm clips in yours? Okay, that's exactly what I need then. You want to press the foam, you should go 3 or 4. Well, 3, like this is not, I guess I could. This could be thicker too. So I could probably go with like a 4. Off to bed. All right, have a good night. Yeah, if I press on this, it comes off. Oh, I think this one's actually broken too. I'll probably have to replace it. But yeah, it's just kind of, they come off. They're not that tight. Probably because I haven't scaled up a little too big. Filament clip. Alright, so I can do 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, or 5. So let's do 4.5. 4.5, because 5 is what I need. I want a little bit of squish. So let's do 4.5, 4, 4.5, or 4. I'll do 4. 4 sounds good to me. Yeah, have a good night. Anyone has to leave. Your call. Do you want to test it? Well, yeah, I could. Or I can just print them. I got plenty of the yellow. I think I actually have them somewhere in a bin, but let's do 1, 2, 3. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for that side. Take all those and then copy paste. That gets me 16. I'll do 16 of those. And then I'll reprint that rear piece. That is the STLs. Alright, that is called, or that's under the panels, maybe? Maybe not. Those are panel clips. Oh, exhaust filter. There we go. Oh, unless it's an LDO specific thing. I think exhaust fan grill. I think that might be an accent part. It is. Or not an accent part, but an LDO specific part. Just printed off recently, I thought. Where the heck did that go? LTO, XL, regular carriage lid. Oh, I got Nevermore 2 I can do some stuff with. Power inlet. I could do LED strip holders. I can do that as well. Wow, I don't know where they went. Oh well, I'll leave that as is for now. Let's do another Bestagon insert. Oh, there's more down here. But wait, there's more. They're all kind of blended together. Luckily I have previews in Windows so I can kind of see what I'm doing. It's fine. Alright. Bison, got a few things. Let's add a couple more of these just as spares. And then print it. This is Polymaker ABS with these settings. We should be good. What I do after, so I'll just stay for a minute. Excited to see what the yellow. I honestly wanted to do yellow. I did, but I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna stick with 3 to make my life simple. I don't need to go with that. And here I am. Good. Well, that's going. What color do I want to do that in? What colors do I have of Polymax? I don't really use it for anything, so I might as well use it for something semi-functional. Yellow? Okay. Alright. Oh, that's Poly Smooth. Ooh, that should be out. What colors? I got gray. I got. Oh, pink. Oh, pink. Heck yeah. Alright, sweet. Nothing like pink Polymax PLA. Oh. I haven't even used it yet. Wonder why. Alright, did I hit print on that yet? Let's see. Nope. Alright, let's print that. It's a 7-hour print, so that'll be done by the time I wake up. And what size am I going to be able to print on this? Well, looks like I have to remove this filament first. Is it going to come out? Nope. Okay. I don't have my macro set to eject enough, given it's a stock macro. Oh, I was gonna change the offset a bit. What was I gonna do? I need to raise the offset. It was too much squish, so let me go to printer.config and change that back a bit. Do 4.8. Okay. And then let's heat up to 200. Oh, let's do 180. 3 to 60. Put this up the slice. So we're going to do one of Box Springs Fire Trucks, because that is a really fun print. And I want to have one that is a little bit stronger for my kid to play with. If I can find it. Could be relatively new. There it is. Fire Truck. So how big can I take this model? I could do size-wise, it's a 250 bed, so I can go up to 200 on this. How much filament is this at my current settings? Rim. 10 hours. Okay. 300 grams. Chonky. Chonky. So let's remove the brim. No brim. Let's do 0.32 layers. What's my actual scaling at? I don't know if anyone does this, but I'll typically round to like 200% or something like that when I do a model. Because I like to say, oh, I printed this model at a specific percent scale. So if you want to print it, if you want the same exact size one, then that's what you need. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But I'll run the first layer on this, and then we're done. Wait, 5-hour print? What? It's a 200 gram print, 5 hours? Really? Okay, well let's make it finer then. Also a lot of infill. Let's do cubic and like 10%. 50% cubic's fine. You do the same. I gotta have it scaled correctly. You switch soft beaver. Well, it's Orca Slicer now, and yes, it's very nice because you could be in the preview tab and change settings. They won't apply, but you can change settings while in the preview tab. Because I can. The issue sometimes is like, all right, maybe I'm taking a look and I'm like, okay, well, this infill looks a little bit too low, so I'm just gonna go right here and change it and reslice. If you're in Prusa Slicer or whatever, then you have to go into another tab. By the time you get to it and find the setting, you forget what you're doing. So it's like having both these in the same screen gives you the Cura experience, but you know, with a much better interface. So 7 hours, 8 hours, 250 grams. All right, I think I can live with that. We'll send it. And we're on that smooth PEI for now. We'll see how it works. So if you're interested in finding this, this is on printables. It is one of 3 Clockspring models. I'm sure you can find it. So Clockspring 3D, Filament Stories, and Hot Makes. Very cool. Let's just go on this one right here. Zoom in. So you can see the process that it's going through right now. This is where a purge bucket / wiper will come into play, because you know I switched color or filaments, and with doing it, it's like snapping off and like flying somewhere. I don't know where, but it's just going somewhere. Probably into my extrusions, honestly. So it's probing the nozzle, and then it's probing the switch, and then the switch is probing the bed. And then let's see what it makes for an offset, because I changed it a little bit. Wow. Do you want to guess? Do you want to guess what my Z offset is? Do you want to guess what my Z offset is? Yes. .2? Nope. Less. Less than that. .0.001. I swear to God, 0.001. Like what? What? Like what? So yeah, the manually calculated Z offset is 0.01. How is that even possible? That's weird. So I'm making sure that that's, you know, an appropriate setting, but yeah, it looks fine. Huh. So this is part of the adaptive purge setting, and I really like this because it doesn't need to probe the whole bed to do the purge line, so it'll actually get a pretty good estimation. And I like the purge line too. Looks like we probably need a little more, but no need for a skirt with it. It just kind of works. And let's see. Probably need a little more squish. So I'll just have to keep manually adjusting that setting until we're golden. Either a little too much or like pressure advance is bad. One of those two. Kind of hard to tell. sometimes first layers are like impossible to tell. I like never know what's going on. Like, is it good? Is it bad? Like now it looks like too much squish, but like pressure advance is bad. So I'd rather have a little bit too much squish in my first layer for anything. You manually adjust the end stops yours. Well, that's yeah. If you're doing, you know, nozzle probe like that, and you can, that's perfect. That's awesome. Maybe even. Yeah, now I'm like baby stepping to see like what the difference is. Yeah, that looks perfect right there. It doesn't take much. It really doesn't take much to have a really good first layer. You cheat. Well, it's not cheating. It's not cheating. Yeah, that looks pretty solid. Once you get this dialed in, if this can replicate this for any material I throw at it, I'd be pretty impressed. I'm not completely... I'll believe it when I see it, but... happy enough. The baby steps in the PMP. What do you mean? Wait, can you not actually baby step P1P? It's like, yeah, I'm too good. Also, Shrek stopped printing. Why not? Oh, pro points is increasing. Interesting. I'll run another QGL. Hopefully that works. Got the Voron printing too. It's trying to do its the Voron. Well, now I have more than one Voron. The 2.4 without its diffuser. There we go. I think it was able to adjust now. That's printed. This is going. We are solid. We're solid. Awesome. Yeah, I'll probably get the same thing set up on 2.4 if this is working well. I really need that nozzle scrubber, just a little bit of a scrub. That'll be nice. And a purge bucket too. So purge and then scrub. Something like that. Purge, wipe, scrub. Real have something to play with? Yes, definitely. You give them all names. Yeah, that's Shrek. Shrek 300, and this is Outrun 250. That's its official name that I gave it in the slicer. Every other printer is like KP3S. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, first layer is looking pretty good now. Ish. Some areas that I don't know. I don't know if it's the extruder itself skipping, but I feel like the extruder is a little bit kind of like iffy. Like a slightly inconsistent. So I will probably check that out. I will check my anti-squish screw too and see if that's needs some adjusting, but yeah, a little bit inconsistent. I'll have to keep an eye on it. Worst case scenario, I just reprint some parts and rebuild it. Cool. Well, that is all I have for you guys today. Let me go ahead and find someone to finally raid out to. Went a little bit longer than I wanted to, but again, I am very happy with the progress I made today. We came up with a new color scheme. Oh, you guys want some lights? Get some lights going. I gotta get the lights hooked up too. There we go. There we go. There's some lights. Let's look at the yellow. Yeah, that's what the yellow's gonna look like, even though you can't see anything. Looks pretty good. There we go. Gotta get some RGB up in here too. And now we're on the second layer. Alright. Trident, activate. I do my first speeds, or my first layers a little bit slow. A little bit. I could probably speed them up once I get a little more comfortable with the printer. This is more like what Trident speeds should be, and I slow down my outer walls because I'm more about quality, I guess. No, I don't know. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Let's see, who do we get streaming? All right, let's go visit someone I haven't visited in a little while. Perfect. All right. Let's go visit one of my favorite cross stitchers over on Twitch. If I can find out where my channel is. Oh god, where's my channel? Here it is. So thank you everyone who followed and donated today. I appreciate it a ton. For more work content, for more work content, and for more Trident content, for any 3D printer content, make sure to follow me over on both Twitch and YouTube. Of course, make sure to join the Polymaker Discord at Twitch or discord.polymaker.com. Make sure to join. You won't regret it. Thank you to LDO for sending over this printer kit for building and testing, comparing. Been a pleasure. I've had a lot of fun with it. I'll have more fun with it as I continue to mod, continue to make colors. It is a wonderful machine, and I am very glad to have a company like LDO to support this channel. And Polymaker and West3D, shoutouts to all of them. That being said, this has been another excellent StreamYard stream. Thank you to StreamYard for also helping sponsor these streams, because they help improve a lot of workflows, and just a pleasure to have. So I'll continue working with that. And that being said, have a good night and goodbye.